community members and all whom he comes in contact with. His 24 years of commitment, knowledge, mentoring, and experience, as well as his welcoming humor, will be greatly missed. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors recognizes and thanks Bill Haro for his 24 years of public service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County and wishes him the best in his well-deserved retirement.
Your mic's not on, Scott. There you go.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and board members. This certainly is a special day. As you heard, we get to celebrate Bill Haro, just an absolute special person. He's, in life, special people like this come across your path a few times, you know, and I feel extremely fortunate to know Bill. Bill joined our public works team in 2000, and it was obvious really from the start that Bill was a natural-born leader and just a great person to have on the team. And he ascended our ranks quickly. He took over our collection system at Laguna Sanitation within a few years of joining the organization, and it was really night and day from his leadership. His public service to the ratepayers in Orchid, absolutely outstanding, always looking for ways to improve the system, to make it more efficient, and to help us reduce the overall costs of operating the collection system as well as our plant. He's always been a team builder and visionary, talking about the types of people we needed to hire and train, so when his retirement day came, we wouldn't miss a beat. And we're here today, and I'm happy to report that Bill has achieved his goal. He's got just a great team backing him up. And as you heard in the resolution, in addition to his pride in public service, Bill also devoted a significant amount of his personal time being our shop steward in Public Works. So I talked to Bill quite a bit for SEIU 620 and a board member there for over 20 years. So that dedication shows a strong commitment to his fellow co-workers, certainly in Public Works, but to all 620 members across our great county. So personally, I've enjoyed every interaction with Bill. I always looked forward to spending time with him. I'm going to miss him. He's one of a kind, and I wish him just a great retirement. Thank you.
Chair Lavignino and other members of the Board of Directors of Laguna County Sanitation District. Acting as General Manager all these years for Laguna County Sanitation District, I just want to express that at that time in 2004, fortunately for Laguna Sanitation, unfortunately for transportation, which was downsizing, but Laguna was upsizing. At that time, federal and state regulations were moving anyone who owned a sewer system in the direction of having more of a formal sewer system maintenance program. Because until that time, it was either high level of effort, low level of effort, and I could say Laguna was practicing a normal average system because other programs really didn't exist. So Bill wholeheartedly built a maintenance program for sewer system cleaning, repair, and inspection, including assisting in acquiring the right tools, equipment. You see our new trucks, our video equipment, to build a really robust maintenance program with dedicated personnel. His systematic program has been so effective in reducing the impacts of sewer system clogs that for many, many years we've had no overflows. I don't think we've had even one minor one, maybe 6 or 7 years ago. But at one time, agencies normally would have up to 10 in varying degrees. Bill has become so in tune with the sewer system cleaning program with the high-pressure jetting nozzles you see us out there that they become like his fingertips, if you can imagine fingertips in the sewer system. He has developed a sixth sense superpower in which he can get a feeling about certain areas within our 128-mile sewer system where he knows, I just need to go over there and check that area. And believe me, it's saved us multiple times. Bill is likely one of the most dedicated county employees in the history of county employees, always being available, volunteering his expertise and knowledge and training staff and informing others as well, and he is going to certainly be hard to replace. Thank you, Bill.
Wow, that's lots of words. Yeah, getting all teary-eyed. Thank you. That's all I could say. Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Public Works. Thank you, Laguna. Thank you, SEIU. Thank you, Bob, for the good negotiations we had. And I'm going to miss all you guys. I mean, everybody in this room. Thank you to my wife for being up with me countless nights with the on-call phone going off. And I'm not going to miss that at all. You can keep the phone, Marty. Okay. No more calls. But yeah, it's been a trip, you know, through Santa Barbara County, with the Montecito mudslides and everything we all together. We got a hell of a team, and I hope that it just keeps going the way it's been going. You know, what I always tell my crew is leave it better than you found it. That's the only standing order, you know. Other than that, thank you. Almost forgot.
Daryl?
And we will now go to our speaker, Daryl Sheck. Daryl?
But wait, there's more. Good morning, Chair Lavanino and Supervisors. My name's Daryl Sheck, Executive Director of SEIU Local 620, and today I'm here to celebrate the career of one of our own union members, Bill Haro. For over 20 years, Bill's been involved with Local 620 and a member of many bargaining teams through the heady days of the early 2000s when it was go, 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 through the recession of 2008, 2010, and all the way to present 2024. And we appreciate his service to the county and the union. One interesting vignette that I can recall is from 2009 when the county wanted to build a brand new giant county administration building on that lot across the street in the middle of a recession. And Bill was quoted in the local paper as saying, "We just got over a furlough. We've given up money and they just don't seem to get the hint. Now they want more furloughs and to cut our wages." I hope they reconsider. There's nothing wrong with that building, as in this building that we're in today. So I just want you to, you know, this is an idea of some of the feedback that Bill's given over time, and I'm pretty sure the board at the time heard, and as a result, a new atrium was built instead of a new building. Since then, land across the street has been repurposed to benefit the community, helping those in need. And we are going to miss Bill at the bargaining table. He had a unique way of cutting through the BS, although I'm pretty sure it wasn't BS that he actually said, but a much longer version. And congratulations, Bill. I hope you enjoy your retirement.
Awesome. Well, Bill, isn't it cool that it came full circle? Your retirement's back in this building, so yeah, right on. Congratulations from all of us. Yeah, someday. Yeah, actually, I looked around this room, I'm like, this looks like a retired employees convention, man. Like half the people in here are retired. I heard all these people say, I'm never coming back. Well, Bill, you brought them back. Good for you. Good for you. Awesome. Well, great way to start our meeting. Let's go to A2, please.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Trent Benedetti upon the conclusion of his service as a trustee of the Santa Barbara County Employees Retirement System. And joining us in person today, we have Trent Benedetti. And if you can please come to the podium. And I will go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Trent Benedetti was appointed to serve as a trustee of the Santa Barbara County Employees Retirement System in 2017, where he was responsible for oversight of the system's $4.1 billion fund. And whereas Trent's expertise as a certified public accountant, a certified financial planner, and a registered financial advisor was a tremendous resource to the other trustees. And whereas Trent's knowledge of low-cost and passive investment strategies contributed to lowering the overall cost of the fund's investments. And whereas Trent has been a long-term contributor to county boards and commissions, including serving on the Assessment Appeals Board. And whereas Trent was never afraid to ask the tough questions, especially when it came to the auditing of the many consultants and fund managers who handle the system's resources. And whereas Trent was extremely diligent in continuing his training and education by taking advantage of conferences and seminars across the country. And whereas Trent is a valuable member of the Santa Maria community, where he is held in high esteem for not only his financial expertise, but also his service to others and his strong faith. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors commends Trent Benedetti for a job well done and thanks him for his dedication and service to our community. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to serve. I was sharing with Jacqueline this morning. It was after 15 years on the City Planning Commission, serving with Supervisor Lavanino's father on that commission before he was mayor, that I decided to apply for opportunity to serve at the county on the volunteer boards they had. So I began in 2005 serving on the Santa Barbara County Finance Corporation. Kind of interesting work as we issued the bonds that help build buildings like this and other facilities around the county. But then I had an opportunity to serve with Jacqueline as she was being trained to take over this position on the Assessment Appeals Board. And so those two jobs overlapped till about 2017, when I just really had given up after 2 interviews and not being selected to serve on that board. I was really glad that Harry Hagan said, "No, Trent, you need to apply one more time. It'd be nice to serve on." I said, "Okay, I'll try." But anyways, I appreciate the opportunity to serve on that board and the confidence that the board gave in myself to serve in that. So thank you very much for this honor. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah, that was, by the way, it was Supervisor Hartman and myself that were on the ad hoc subcommittee that ended up selecting Trent. It was a very wise decision. Trent's been an outstanding member of the retirement board. He's put us, and all employees owe him a debt of gratitude, because he's taken us to a position right now where we are, we're in a very strong financial position, and I'm sure that's one of the reasons why he's okay with where he is because he's leaving us in a really good position. So, Trent, don't think you're just getting away either. I have a long list of other things that I need folks to do, so we really appreciate all your service. Thank you. All right, that takes us to item number 3.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 3 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the week of March 10th, 2024 through March 16th, 2024 as National Groundwater Awareness Week in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Matt Young, Matt Scrudato, and Bill Buelo. And if you can please join us at the podium. And if I missed anyone, please have them join you as well. And I will go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas without water, life, animal, plant, or human could not exist. And whereas water is a scarce and valuable resource, especially in the American West, where low precipitation levels result and an arid climate result in limited water reserves. And whereas climate change is expected to exacerbate the challenges of managing water, as longer periods of drought punctuated by extreme weather events are expected to make rainfall more difficult to capture. And whereas groundwater in aquifers below the Earth's surface makes up over 1,000 times more water than in all the world's surface water in rivers and lakes. And whereas in Santa Barbara County, groundwater makes up approximately 50% of water supplied in public water systems and roughly 80% of our overall water supply. And whereas National Groundwater Awareness Week is an annual week of awareness, education, and advocacy, focusing on one of the nation's most precious resources. And whereas National Groundwater Awareness Week reminds us that water conservation is important in using this limited resource wisely. And whereas National Groundwater Awareness Week serves as an annual reminder to groundwater well owners in Santa Barbara County to test, tend, and treat their private water systems regularly. And whereas we should always be mindful of maintaining groundwater health by keeping hazardous chemical pollutants such as paint, fertilizers, pesticides, and motor oil far away from water wells, and for maintaining a clean zone of at least 50 feet between water wells and any kennels or livestock operations. And whereas groundwater is a valuable resource that, if protected and managed properly, can continue to be utilized now and for generations to come. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares March 10th through March 16th, 2024 as National Groundwater Awareness Week in Santa Barbara County. Passed and adopted today.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, well, I serve on the eastern management area, but also for the central and western. And Bill Bulow has kind of led us through this whole new effort of sustainable groundwater management and has done such an extraordinary job with a lot of help from others, including Matt Young. But we just got a $5.5 million grant to now implement our plan, so we're very excited about that. Bill, did you want to say a few words?
Thank you, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. My name is Bill Bulow. I'm the General Manager of the San Ynez River Water Conservation District. Thank you very much for having us here today. Groundwater is critical to the San Ynez Valley. It makes up over 70% of our supply, and many users from our cities and towns to our ranches and farms rely on groundwater as their only source of water. In 2015, the state of California passed the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and together in partnership with the county and 6 other agencies, we had formed 3 groundwater sustainability agencies in the basin and prepared 3 groundwater sustainability plans as required by the law. So I thank Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Williams for their support of SGMA in the county, and especially Supervisor Hartman, who serves on all 3 of the GSAs, and her great effort and attention to groundwater sustainability. I'd like to thank you for recognizing Groundwater Week, and on behalf of the Board of Directors from the San Ynez River Water Conservation District and the 3 GSAs, I thank the Board of Supervisors and the county. Thank you very much.
Just real quickly, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board, for recognizing groundwater. Everybody gets very excited when our surface water reservoirs fill up, and they get really worried when they're empty, but there's unseen reservoirs under our feet that are equally, or in fact more important countywide for our water supplies. Since SGMA was passed, we have formed 7 groundwater sustainability agencies countywide, and as Mr. Bulow mentioned, collaboration is absolutely key. In Cuyama, there are 6 agencies. In San Antonio, there are 4. In San Ynez, across 3 GSAs, there are 8. There's 1 in Montecito and 4 in Carpinteria. And so it's a massive amount of effort between many different agencies to work together, to work through serious differences at times, and work to sustainably manage our groundwater. I'm proud to say that 5 groundwater sustainability plans have been approved by DWR in our county, and 2 more are in review. So we are very close to the starting line. This is the beginning. We have 20 years to bring all of our groundwater basins into sustainability, and we're off to a great start. One last thing I'd like to mention is that this is all built on a foundation of good data, and we can't do anything without the work of Mr. Scudato in gathering groundwater levels, measuring water quality data, and informing the decision makers on what they need to do to manage our groundwater sustainability. So thank you so much for recognizing this, and this is the beginning. Let's go.
All right, Matt, thanks. Okay, we're now going to take up administrative items that have been pulled in numerical order. Madam Clerk, can you please read administrative item number 5 into the record?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 5 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an agreement with Harris and Associates to prepare a countywide strategic plan for workforce housing development and preservation. And there is a 4/5 vote required on this item, and we do have 3 requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay, do we want to start with the public?
Oh.
Or do you want to start?
Yeah, if I could,
Okay,
please.
Supervisor Capps, why don't you lead off?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I pulled this because it's a sign of tangible commitment to workforce housing that the county owns, on land the county owns, a ball that got started by Supervisor Williams for this study, and then Supervisor Hartman and I worked on with the housing element to include 320 sites. And so I just, this budget item actually just means a real concrete step forward in looking at sites throughout the county. I was surprised to learn, we have 6,000 plus acres of land, and much of which is underutilized and could be used, as was pointed out, for amazing things like we have with Dignity Moves across the street here. So I'm excited for this, and I thank staff. As we well know, affordability is the hardest part when it comes to housing. It's the hardest nut to crack, yet if we own the land, that's the significant factor of actually providing affordable housing for our workforce and for others who are working so hard in our county. So I believe we might hear from some speakers today, not every site makes sense to be on this initial first cut, but this is really just, according to the team, the first blush at looking throughout the county. Many of them are in my district. I welcome that, and I just think that the county should be leading by example, and with this budget item, we are. So thank you.
Okay. Let's go to the public.
We will begin on Zoom with Jonathan Aboud, to be followed by Jay Freeman. Jonathan?
Hello, my name is Jonathan Aboud. I'm here speaking today as the General Manager of the Isla Vista Community Services District, and thank you for hearing us today. And what I would like to say is that we do appreciate what this study is working to do. We support the need for workforce housing in the county. One of the sites listed on here, though, on number 8, is the Isla Vista Community Center. And we believe, as the IVCSC, we've been operating that facility as a vibrant public facility, the only public facility for community space in Isla Vista. We had 1,400 events in 2023 alone. And so we feel that it shouldn't be on this list at this time because it has such a unique role to the Isla Vista community that we don't have in any other facility in Isla Vista. Thank you.
We will now go to Jay Freeman, and then we will go to Santa Maria for Carrie Topliff. Jay?
Thank you. Hello, this is Jay Freeman. I'm on the board of the Isla Vista Community Service District, though while I've discussed this as part of a subcommittee at IVCSD, I'm technically here only representing myself as I was not directed to be here. My simple goal is to call to your attention that on the list of county-owned properties attached to the agenda that are to be studied for potential use as workforce housing, there is an entry number 8, which I believe was added to the list in mistake. That entry consists of 2 parcels, APN 075063017 and 075063016 as 976 Embarcadero Del Mar. These properties are listed as being used for churches, parking lots, 1.67 total acres, which likely explains why they are on the short list, as the staff report mentioned the list was narrowed down to places that have enough space for creative uses or are located next to existing copious amounts of parking. What I want to bring to your attention is that, while the assessor's database still lists 075063017 as being used for churches, convent, rectory, that parcel has received substantial investment as the Isla Vista Community Center, including the existence of our government funding its staff. And 075063016 is even more interesting. That too good to be true 1.11 acre parcel that is mostly empty except for 2 parking lots isn't actually owned by the county. That is a park in Isla Vista called Perfect Park and is actually owned by our local Isla Vista Recreation and Park District. The convenient parking lots then next to and even attached to the county-owned lot are actually in that park, and there have been occasional discussions of removing them. They are, in fact, right now, not generally available to the community center. You need to get permission from the park district to access them, even for temporary parking access. Despite how I have, on occasion back a decade ago, accidentally called them the Isla Vista Recreation and Parking District, they are, in fact, not in the business of providing us parking. Combined with how much of the parcel the county does own is currently open space attached to that park, I feel like there might have been a mistake including these properties, and I'm glad, and I'm hoping that that can be rectified. Thank you so much.
And we will now go to our final speaker here in Santa Maria, Carrie Topliff. Carrie?
Good morning, Chair Lavin, members of the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. Mic was not on yet. Okay.
Okay.
We're good.
I'm Carrie Topliff, and I'm honored to serve the community of Isla Vista through your appointment of me to the Isla Vista Community Services District Board. I personally have been involved with efforts to create a community center in Isla Vista for over 50 years. And so the fact that we finally have one, that we're hosting so many events, that it's so central to our desire to get the dangerous partying crowd off Del Playa and downtown made us completely flabbergasted to see it listed as Site 8 on your list of potential properties to turn to other uses. While I'm a big fan of affordable and workforce housing, I would really like you to just remove it from the list right now so this doesn't go any further, because I just think it would be a terrible tragedy for Isla Vista.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Supervisor Hartman.
So could we ask the housing people about why that particular site is on the list and what would be involved in taking it off? I have to say I was my predecessor, Doreen Farr, and then I worked long and hard with others, including Carrie Hopliff, to get the community center. We've invested a fair bit in grant money and county money. CDBG grants, so we want to see the community center continue.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, Jesus Armas, Community Services Director, pleased to present for the first time as well. With respect to the properties, as the speaker, the initial speaker indicated, we did do an initial inventory evaluating parcels based on assessment records and the like, so it's very likely that some of the information there was not indicative of current use. So we appreciate the point that has been made and the education that's been forthcoming. With respect to removing sites, what we've attempted to do here is be as broad as we possibly could be, recognizing that many likely would not be viable after more careful and critical scrutiny. So to the extent that you're getting feedback today that suggests that some parcels are not appropriate for continued study, the board simply needs to indicate to us that that should be eliminated from the list, and we can proceed forthwith.
CEO Miyasato, I'm sorry.
Is my mic on? It's hard to say. So supervisors, I think what Mr. Armas is saying is correct. My recommendation that you're not approving this list of housing sites. This is going to be studied, and I think, we understand what the IVCSD is saying, and I think this board supports the community center. But it's not this or that. And so I would like this opportunity to keep it on this, and look to see how can we, if there is a workforce housing options, could it be incorporated with a community center? Maybe not the community center that's there now, but there are other options. So we're going to have these experts look at the site, and I think it would be a good opportunity to have them work with our staff, IVCSD, other interested parties to see what can we actually do that's workable. So I would ask you not to take it off the list right now, because we have other sites with other uses, also institutional uses, and we're trying to just figure out a strategy to do not this or that, but and try to figure out more creative ideas. So that would be my recommendation. Your board has the discretion to do what you wish, though.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I had pulled this item as well because I had some concerns about some of the sites, 14 through 19, the ones that are in the Santa Maria Valley. We have a very different housing situation in North County than the South County, and we're going to see that play out partly through the housing element update. But I was on the fence on whether I asked for those to be removed today myself. Some of them are in floodplains. Some of them may signal to other developers that maybe, okay, if the county's willing to build housing there, maybe they might be willing to do it on my property, which might be an inappropriate property. So there's a lot of signals here that I was concerned about, but I think the CEO's comments are well received, and I'm willing to leave them on there, but I do want to make sure I indicate to the public that this is not an indication that the county is absolutely interested in building on these parcels. Some of these parcels here have significant environmental issues, flood control issues, ag-urban interface issues. So I don't want us to necessarily set a precedent here. Those who are looking at these properties should be well aware that these are just kind of a very broad conversation that we're having, and in no way indicates that the county's moving in this direction, but that we're just taking the opportunity to study this. So I'm okay if we leave them all on there. If we want to start taking some of them off, I'm going to be interested in taking some off as well.
I just wanted to say I'm persuaded by our CEO, but a community center in Isla Vista is essential.
Correct. Supervisor
I
Capps.
just want to double down on that fact, too, in terms of the community center. And in addition, just applaud not necessarily this parking lot in Isla Vista, but the fact that parking lots are on this list, including the county administration building, which is about 3/4 of a downtown city block in Santa Barbara. So other counties are turning parking lots, government parking lots, into housing, and I think it's a good direction in general, but definitely not the community center. Thank you.
Well, I think we'll have a lot of discussions about that in the future.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Lavagno and Board Supervisors. I just wanted to point out also that just for the public understanding, for this study, the county-owned site, feasibility study is only one of 6 major tasks that the study is going to undertake. So it's not focused solely on county-owned properties for development. It has 6 other tasks, which include a workforce housing affordability gap assessment in the county, evaluation of existing county programs, and an analysis of model programs that we could spread throughout the county if replicable. Report on successful employee-sponsored housing programs within the county, funding opportunities on how to develop a long-term strategy, and then finally the county-owned site analysis. So just for the public to understand as well, that's not the only focus. So it could be that we look at county-owned sites and it could turn into a longer-term sub-strategy that focuses inside of this strategy. So just wanted to point that out, but thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, thank you. So I again just wanted to acknowledge Supervisor Williams' role in getting this study initially launched and funded. And it's taken a while, but I think it's a good thing because a lot of things are converging right now, and I think this study is going to really help us going forward. And I just wanted to thank HCD for working so closely with the South Coast Chamber on employer sponsored housing. There's a lot of interesting possibilities there in Santa Barbara County. So I think this study will help us understand that better.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavagno. I just wanted to say that I think some of this work that's going to be done in this study, I was on the fence about spending $250,000 on a study like this. It would have been really helpful to have some of this information prior to the housing element update discussion that we went through. I think a lot of these tasks that Joe points out are things that would have helped us develop that process. But as we now are seeing through the state, that I think we're going to be in a kind of an endless cycle, a housing element cycle, for one way or the other. Hopefully this information can feed into our housing element update moving forward. So I'm going to go ahead and support it.
Great. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, and if we can get some workforce housing off the ground, even on sites that were not identified in the housing element, it will probably come in the nick of time to rescue us from whatever site does not get developed in time. So I think this is good to move forward on. I for my part, also want to advocate that the condition be that in the viability of the community center site, the preserved use of the community center by the community, and advocate for that as really something for the consultant to have to grapple with. So,
great. All right, can I get a motion on A5, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Capps, second by Supervisor Hartman. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Cool. New system's working. I like it. All right, now's the time for members of the public.
Can we still need motion A1? I got pulled.
Oh, yeah, A1.
Move
Let
A1.
him retire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bill's got to come back.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion on A1.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Nelson, seconded by Supervisor Williams to approve item A1. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you for that. Now's the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda today. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak from general public?
Chair Lavagno and members of the board, yes, we have 5 requests to speak on general public comment today. And we are going to remain here in Santa Maria with Chuck Williams to be followed by Leanne Woolliver. Chuck?
Good morning, Chair Lavagno and Supervisors. Chuck Williams, Old Town Worker, and I'm here today representing New California State. We, the people of the great New California State Notice to all Californians Declaration of the 14th Constitutional Default, issued February 22nd, 2024, proclaimed March 8th, 2024. Newsom indictments, treason counts 10. A selected governor who has never won an election to office without the help of corrupt banana republic selection process where the globalist cartels and the Chinese Communist Party or the CCP pre-selected the outcome to illegally place him in office has committed treason. a selected governor who openly defies Article 4, Section 4, and its 3 guarantees of the Republican form of government, keeping all Americans free from invasion, and that of domestic violence, is committing treason. United States Constitution, Article 3, Section 3. Treason against the United States shall be consist only in levying war against them, or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of 2 witnesses to the same overt act, or on confession in open court. The Congress shall have power to declare the punishment of treason, but no attainer of treason shall work corruption of blood or forfeit except during the life of the person attainted. 18 U.S. Code 2381, treason. Whoever owning allegiance to the United States levies war against them or adheres to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort within the United States or elsewhere, is guilty of treason and shall suffer death, or shall be imprisoned not less than 5 years and fined under this title, but not less than $10,000, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States of America. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We will now go to Leanne Woolever, to be followed by Sherry Foster. Leanne?
Good morning. My name's Leanne Woolever, and I'm with the state of New California, and I like to read this. The United States Supreme Court ruled that one need not pick up arms in order to levy war in U.S. versus Burr, 1807, 4 Cranch 8 U.S. 4692, ED 684. Treason is attacking or betraying a governmental authority to which one owes allegiance. California Constitution, cons. California Constitution, Article 1, Declaration of Rights, Section 18. Treason against the state consists only in levying war against it, adhering to its enemies, or giving them aid and comfort. A person may not be convicted of treason except on the evidence of 2 witnesses to the same overt act or by confession in open court. Section 18 added November 5th, 1974 by Proposition 7. California Penal Code 37 PC treason. California Penal Code 37 PC defines the crime of treason as warring against the state or adhering to its enemies. As a felony, treason carries the death penalty or life in prison without the possibility of parole. 37A. Treason against this state consists only in levying war against it, adhering to its enemies, or giving them aid and comfort, and can be committed only by persons owing allegiance to the state. The punishment of treason shall be death or life imprisonment without possibility of parole. The penalty shall be determined pursuant Section 190.3 and 190.4. Upon a trial for treason, the defendant cannot be convicted unless upon the testimony of 2 witnesses to the same overt act, or upon confession or open court, nor except as provided in Section 190.3 and 190.4 can evidence be admitted of an overt act not expressly charged in the indictment of information, nor can the defendant be convicted unless one or more overt acts be expressed alleged therein. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Sherry Foster, and please note for the record there was an ADA request from this speaker.
Good morning, Chairman Lavanino and Board of Supervisors. I'm Sherry Foster, and I'm Assemblyman for New California State. I'm continuing on with the great new state notice to all Californians, Declaration of Constitutional Default Number 14, Count 10, 13th Amendment, Slavery. It is evident over the last 3 years, since the most corrupt presidential election in the American history of 2020 that the coordinated design for the destruction of the United States has come from Joe Biden and Gavin Newsom, who have spearheaded the effort to trample on and destroy the United States Constitution. Nothing is more glaring to the American citizens that both Joe Biden and Gavin Newsom have complete contempt for the rule of constitutional law than to witness the duality and with which are both openly violating Article 4, Section 4, and its 3 guarantees of a Republican form of government, keeping all Americans free from invasion and that of domestic violence. It is clear both are committing treason. The 3 most assured aspects of our Constitution is to guarantee that all 3 elements of Article 4, Section 4 be adhered to by all compact members of the Union of States. Like a 3-legged stool, to remove 1 leg, the stool itself becomes destabilized and ultimately useless. Likewise, if one state fails to provide any one of the 3 guarantees, then the Union of States becomes less stable. If any one state fails to provide all 3 elements of Article 4, Section 4, it is in default of its responsibilities to its citizens to constitutionally govern. The federal government under Biden and the state government of California under Newsom both have removed the legs from under Article 4, Section 4, and thus destabilized the Union of States we call the United States of America. Our Republican form of government vanishes when corrupt election systems destroy our God-given rights to self-govern. So as with invasion, when the citizens have no authority to control who enters the country, invaders take over our land, then domestic violence follows and becomes the new law of the land. Only once in our American history have we witnessed the collapse of all 3 elements of Article 4, Section 4, and that was the Civil War of 1861 through 1862. Now, on the eve of our nation's 2nd Civil War, comes mankind's most evil institution, the same evil institution that brought us the first Civil War, slavery. Due to the lack of constitutional governance, slavery has found a home in California. Encouraged and supported by Gavin Newsom and Joe Biden, slavery in all of its variants flourishes. The most evil of slave evil is child sex trafficking, where babies to teen children are brought and sold for sexual pleasure and organ transplant in China. The latter are slaughtered and their organs harvested. Gavin Newsom and Joe Biden's evil is ours now. The government of the United States and California, the current socialist president of the United States governor-dictator, and monoparty system, along with local officials, are following a coordinated design with the intent of actively engage in acts of insurrection against the United States Constitution. This is treason. Republican form of government, Biden and Newsom both are placed into their respective positions by numerous fraudulent elections. Biden and Newsom both preside as dictators of all 3 branches and their respective governments. The government branches long succumbed to the fraudulent elections and the treasonous bureaucratic state that now both rule what are known as democracies, keeping all Americans free from invasion and that of domestic violence. Biden and Newsom both openly endorse and use the machinery of government to support the invasion of the United States and the California destruction of lawful behavior by promoting domestic violence. In a recent letter to Joe Biden from Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who wrote, President Biden and his administration have left Americans and our country completely vulnerable to unprecedented illegal immigration pouring across the southern border. Instead of upholding the rule of law and securing the border, the Biden administration has attacked and sued Texas for stepping up to protect American citizens from historic levels of illegal immigrants, deadly drugs like fentanyl, and terrorists entering our country. And we concur with you, Chairman Lavanino, that we need to put election security on the agenda. The people need a resolve in this situation, and we need to bring Sheriff Brown into the equation as well. Thank you, and have a good day.
We will now go to George Alvarez, to be followed by Karen Howenstein, who's our final speaker. George?
If the question of democracy still exists in this country, it exists in this chamber today. I'm proud of you that you came up and spoke your mind, how you feel as Americans. The problem with our political structure is the shame of questioning those in power. Joe Biden is a perennial peckerwood, okay? He's an embarrassment to this country. He made the deal with Ukraine. Are we idiots? Are we? No. We got an election that's going to make this country break it or make it. A person that comes to my heart was mentioned is Lincoln Riley. This bastard with his policies has created murderous situations for our people. Another young man by the name of Wolf got killed by an illegal alien. It's an issue. Embrace it. Now, those who are Democrat registered, ashamed, you should be ashamed of yourself for putting us in this situation. My God, look what's going to this country. I'm a proud, deplorable. Okay, I wouldn't vote for that clown. You, as Democrats, should reflect on what you've done to me and the rest of us here in this country. We're paying a heavy bill. Taxes, war, for what? You mentioned Perfect Part. I was there, Perfect Part, in the 60s during the Vietnam riots. I was against the war. Peacefully, I was there. We got surrounded by over, I'd say about 150 sheriffs and CHPs in Roman shields. We were surrounded, and we had a chopper on bot and said, telling us to disperse. And the person who made that order was the famous governor, President Reagan, which I have high respect for. Please take consideration, people that are hearing us. The media is responsible for this crap. They are not, they veil themselves, freedom of the press. Look what have they done to us. You should be ashamed. Again, I will leave with the fact that I'm proud of you as Americans. You've done your job. Those here that are listening, do your job in November and get that, I'll watch my language, get that idiot out of the office. Thank you.
We will now go to our final speaker, Karen Howenstein. Karen?
Good morning. It's hard for me to follow that speech because it was very good. There is no substitute for experience. My name is Karen Howenstein. My telephone number is 805-944-8110. I welcome the calls from any investigative reporters, any curious constituents. I have a lot of information, verifiable, documented evidence and information that can be reviewed and verified and reported on. Please contact me. Okay, I wake up every morning thinking about Dennis Bazanich. I think about Dennis Bazanich every single day. And you were here when he spoke to you and told you things that came out of his mouth that you know now is a steaming pile of feces. I'm going to talk about law enforcement now. I went to the district attorney's office yesterday and spoke to the commander in Lompoc. And in the course of that conversation, he accused me of having illegal cannabis operations on my parents' land that were removed by the sheriff. And it showed me how ignorant he is of the facts. because the growers who left my parents' property in April of 2019 by reversing their rent payment left owing my parents $250,000 in unpaid rent, expenses, and liabilities. Those people later, a year later, through false documents and false statements and false signatures, claim that they own my parents' land. And Dennis Bozanich is the one that I have evidence of who did them favors while he was in his position as deputy CEO of this county executive office. I expect to be treated fairly and honestly by all county employees. And I have to say that in my face-to-face meetings with them over the past couple weeks, I have received a lot of respect from people. And I believe that will continue. Thank you.
And that concludes general public comment for today.
All right, so that finishes up public comment. That takes us to departmental item number 1. Madam Clerk, can you please read it into the record?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the District Attorney's Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an extra help services and retirement waiver for the District Attorney's Office.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board.
Wait, just a second. Oh, all right, sorry.
All right. Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we are seeking, well, the first retirement waiver is for Kim Siegel, longtime homicide prosecutor who is retiring. Currently, Ms. Siegel is working on several 1172 petitions. What these are, when the state made numerous changes in homicide law, and the ability of people to come back and petition for lesser sentences. In the 2 cases Ms. Siegel has pending and will have pending at the time of her retirement date are both 4 defendant homicides that she took to trial. To have anybody other than Ms. Siegel handle these would require hundreds of hours of work just to become familiar with the cases. And then if a prima facie case is shown, essentially you could end up doing a mini trial on a trial she already did. So we are seeking the waiver to bring Ms. Siegel back to handle 2 specific cases that she has previously worked on.
Okay, great. I think that's actually item number 2. So is there a way we can, it's fine. You gave a great argument for 2. Can we read 2 into the record and then we'll vote on 2 and then we'll go back to 1.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, yes, departmental item number 2 is from the District Attorney's Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an extra help services and retirement waiver for the District Attorney's Office.
All right, and that was the one where Kim was mentioned in 2. So are we okay, Rachel, County Counsel? We move forward with that? Okay. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. Thank you, District Attorney Savanach, for being here. I usually start with these on a position of no, and then I try to work my way into a yes. And so with, I believe it's Kim. So if it doesn't, this case does not evolve to needing this extra trial phase, would she still continue to be utilizing those hours, or is this kind of as needed? Is this just more of insurance today, or will she tomorrow start working 40 hours a week?
No, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, it is specifically to work on these 2 cases. So if no prima facie case is shown and the motions do not go to full hearing, in essence a mini trial, then it would, then her time would end. It is specific to these 2 cases.
Okay, well that helps a lot. That seems very appropriate, so I'm going to be happy to support the motion.
Supervisor Williams?
I was just going to say that I'll be happy to make a motion if it's agreeable.
Let's do it. Oh, is there any public comment on the matter?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public.
All right, we got a motion by Supervisor Williams,
Second?
second by Supervisor Hartman. That's recommended actions A, B, and C. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, so now let's go to board item number 1. And it's already been read into the record. Dave Savernock.
Thank you, and thank you for your flexibility, Chair Lavanino. The second waiver is for our law office professional manager, Elaine Contreras. We are currently implementing a new case management system. The case management system, for a lack of a better analogy, is the spinal cord of the district attorney's office. It is how we generate everything. It is how we verify discovery has been communicated. It's how we prepare our complaints, our motions. It is essentially our lifeblood. It is what every bit of work we do occurs on this system. Due to some unexpected delays, we're anticipating a go-live date with our case management system in June. And I will say that oftentimes the implementations of these systems involve litigation, and due to the work of our IT department, our work looking at other counties that have implemented this system, we have had a relatively seamless implementation compared to others, but there has been a delay. Ms. Contreras is intimately involved in both the development, design, and certainly implementation of the system. So we are also asking for a waiver for the purpose of working on this project, which we are certainly hoping will go live, and we are certainly shooting for the end of this fiscal year for that. But again, and to anticipate a question from Supervisor Nelson, it would be to specifically work on the implementation of our case management system.
Supervisor Nelson, you did not anticipate enough there. Do you?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Chair Lavanino and Dave Savernock. So will she be the lead in this process, or is she just kind of a subject matter expert moving forward?
A lead is difficult to define. This system involves the attorneys, the victim witness advocates, our investigators, our discovery clerks, and all of our legal professionals. So she is one of the leads. She is currently working with Chief Deputy DA Ann Knutson, the head of our IT department. She is one of the leaders of this project, but to define a lead is difficult because the technical is handled by IT, the legal is handled by the Chief Deputy. Ms. Contreras is familiar with how all of our systems, all these different agencies that comprise the district attorney's office, how they coordinate and function as a unit. And she is the most defined expert that we currently have, and we are currently in a recruitment to fill her position, but even when that is filled, they will not have the project knowledge that Ms. Contreras does.
And actually, that leads to the second question. So, succession planning is really important with these jobs, especially as we head towards retirement. And that's why I usually pull these items, or I want to have this discussion for other department heads to be thinking ahead that what if this board doesn't just rubber stamp it when you bring it to us. And so I want to make sure that you guys are thinking that through, not only DA Savernosh, but other department heads. What if we said no? And so making sure that those recruitments are done in advance are really important to this process. Obviously, to recreate the knowledge base that she has would be nearly impossible. And when decisions that you have to make involve the safety of the public, I lean more onto your judgment. You've been elected by the people of Santa Barbara County to make these decisions, and I want to help facilitate that. But for other departments that may not have public safety components to it, please move ahead with succession planning and having people in place for when somebody retires. That's the idea behind it. PEPRA was the law that required this to come to the board and daylight these to prevent kind of a revolving door where somebody retires and comes back in the next day and potentially double dips. The public did not want to see that happen. So, this was a kind of a safety valve. And, I appreciate it not being overutilized here, but I know in the past it has. Some departments have just kind of fallen back on that as a rubber stamp from this board. Always be prepared to answer these tough questions here at the board, because I think it's important for us to be training up the next level of our staff in the future. And I'm satisfied with DA Savernash's justifications.
Was that a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve A1 or D1.
Okay.
I'll second.
Supervisor Capps with second. Is there any public comment?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we have no requests to speak on departmental item number 1.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Supervisor Nelson, for the questions. And that takes us to departmental item number 3. Madam Clerk.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Commission for Women 2024 Women's History Month Service Awards.
Awesome. Director Armas.
Thank you, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. Last week, I had the privilege of attending a meeting of the Commission for Women and to meet its outstanding members. I was truly impressed by the remarkable efforts of these dedicated group of active and engaged members of the community. In this spirit, today we are here to honor 5 exceptional individuals with the Women's History Month Service Awards. That's a mouthful. It is our pleasure to recognize their outstanding contributions to Santa Barbara County. Allow me to introduce the co-chair of the commission, Jordy Scully. Ms. Scully?
Thank you, and thank you for attending our meeting. Chair Lavanino and Board of Supervisors, it's my honor to present the first 2 awards for the service awards. I'd like to call up Julia Mayer as for the first district. So Julia is our first district awardee. She's a pillar of the Carpinteria community. She is a small business owner, and she worked on the Carp Skate Foundation for 20 years, which in public service we know is commendable and necessary. And she also is now working on the Carp Warrior Pool Foundation to get a pool at Carp High, which is very necessary for underrepresented populations to learn to swim when we're right here on the ocean. And if that isn't enough, she's a board member for the citizens of Carpinteria, for the Carpinteria Bluffs. And we are just really, really happy to have her here in person and a member of our community of the First District. So would you like to present the award? Okay.
I'll just add that, Julia is a superwoman. She is all the time juggling a business, extensive philanthropy and community activism, and 3 boys. And every day when I see her marching to school with her big cup of coffee, I go, I can do it. If Julia can do it, maybe I can at least do that as well. So you're an inspiration every single morning to many of us parents at Catalino with your amazing work. Thank you, Julia.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you so much for this recognition. It goes without saying that I'm just like one piece of a giant puzzle that makes up a community, but I feel very honored to represent Carpinteria. It is a very intentional place. We care a lot about the future of our city, and I'm really proud. I'm proud to be, I was born and raised there, and so now I feel very privileged to be raising my own family there. And my underlying value is if we're lucky enough to live here, then it's our responsibility to steward our communities. And so I really want to just say thank you for honoring me.
Okay, next I have our second district awardee. I think she's on Zoom, is she?
Yeah, she's a student, so she's on Zoom.
Yeah. While we pull that up, I do just want to give a shout out to my co-chair, Jamie Collins, who couldn't be here because she is taking care of her sick child. So just want to say that I'm grateful to have a co-chair like Jamie.
And if we can please have our broadcast team put up, is it Kavya? Kavya, excuse me. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kavya, for being here. She's not only a student, she's a high school student. And so I'm so excited to present this award, this service award to Kavya Surech on behalf of she has worked on behalf of mental health, ethnic studies, criminal justice reform, women's rights, and other social justice issues in her short, so far, life. And she's the second ever student board member for the Santa Barbara Unified School District, I think, which we all know is quite the public service. And she also has advocated for ethnic studies in the classroom, from the classroom. And she is the ASB president of San Marcos High School. And recently, I was lucky to see her speak at the Santa Barbara Women's March. She was on her way to homecoming, so she was wearing a beautiful dress at the event, and she looked really cold, but she persevered, and she blew everyone away. No disrespect to the other speakers, but I think everyone was really, really taken aback by her. She inspired me to keep going, so I really am so excited to present this service award to Kavya Surech.
I'll just chime in. I want to thank my commissioners for women for choosing Kavya. She is a powerhouse. She's an example to all women, young and old, for all that she does. I served with her on that school board, and her level of heart far exceeds any human who's even over 100 years old. Her care and compassion and energy to do what's right and to make this world a better place. So Kavya, it's great to see you on the screen, and thanks for taking time out from your time at San Marcos. So thank you. And thanks to the commission.
Yeah, thank you all so much. Can you hear me okay? Okay. I just wanted to say thank you so much for honoring me and for honoring the work of young folks. I'm sure, y'all know that we're carrying it forward, and it's just so important to recognize the impacts that are being made by young people. And I just want to take this time to really thank Supervisor Capps for being such an inspiring role model for me, for being the woman that I aspire to be. You truly are somebody who makes this world such an incredible place to live in as a young person, as somebody who's going to inherit this planet. Your passion, your dedication inspire me daily. And I know that with leaders like you, we're going to make so much progress, and I'm going to be able to step right in and keep the work going. So I wanted to thank you so much. And I just wanted to take this time to appreciate all the women out there who are working, who are toiling, who are laboring with and without recognition. The work truly does not get done without us and without our efforts. And so I think it's a generational tale of the effort and the dedication, the commitment that women have to their communities to be nurturers, to be caretakers. And so I am just so appreciative for all the incredible women in my life. And if I can just give one message, it's don't forget to take care of yourself too. You can't, hope to grow a garden without watering your own plants first. So thank you all so much for this honor. And I really hope to continue spreading love and being a positive energy for everyone around me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I think you made a pretty good choice on second. Yeah, they're all great choices, but it's always great to see a young person step up. Yeah.
Sorry, next we have Commissioner Swanson-Kiriakou on Zoom, presenting the next one.
Right. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Angie Swanson-Kiriakou, and I proudly serve on the Santa Barbara County Commission for Women. I am delighted that we are honoring Ms. Yasmin Dawson with the 2024 Service Award. As many of you already know, Ms. Yasmin is a dynamic, compassionate activist and leader in Lompoc. She's the president and co-founder of C4 Lompoc Collective Cultures Creating Change, which is a coalition that's dedicated to creating systemic change in the community that addresses challenges and inequities and raises awareness surrounding marginalized populations. In addition to her work with C4, Ms. Yasmin volunteers for several nonprofit organizations in her community, such as Savi Health and the North County Rape Crisis Center. She is committed to creating a more just and equitable world for all through her visioning, strategic planning, and advocacy. Thank you, Ms. Yasmin, for all that you have done, that you will continue to do for the City of Lompoc, the 3rd District, and beyond. We are so grateful for your vision, work, and leadership. Thank you.
And I just want to say that Miss Yasmin is a force of nature. She's a real community builder in so many different ways. Lompoc is a different community because she's there. And she's working on youth violence issues, neighborhood by neighborhood, creating block parties, bringing people out, working with on a self-healing communities model. And it's really extraordinary, the kind of work that she's doing.
Well, good morning, distinguished members here.
Yasmin, can you just pull the microphone just down? There you go.
Well, good morning, distinguished members. I think all has been said, that I was going to say today. But I wanted to really thank Joan Hartman and all you Board of Supervisors for all the support that you have given C4. And we have a self-healing program going on in Lompoc. And I'd like to say that this project will allow us to build agency within community to reduce violence, improve outcomes for youth, and catalyze systemic change. Seeing the significant impact that this work has had on the community, along with the increased engagement, has been extremely rewarding. And I thank you so much for your support. And I'd like to close with saying, we're better together. We have much to celebrate and much more still to be done. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm Suzanne Levy, 4th District Commissioner with the Santa Barbara County Women's Commission. I'd like to recognize our honoree, Miss Kathy Seamus. Kathy's been very involved in the community, partly as her role with the Santa Barbara Foundation as the North County Director. She's been on the Chamber of Commerce Board. She's been involved with CASA and Santa Maria Breakfast Rotary. She's involved with many, many different veterans organizations. Kathy's the kind of person who would rather be in the wings than on stage, but she believes strongly in her community, in inclusivity and authentic community engagement, and we're very proud to honor her as the 4th District Woman of the Year.
Well, I just want to take the opportunity to recognize, first of all, Suzanne Levy, my 4th District Women's Commissioner, for her hard work, and just to commend her for an excellent selection in Kathy Seamus. Kathy is omnipresent in the Santa Maria Valley in our community, and you can't go to any event without seeing her there. She's a woman that exhibits wisdom in the decisions that she makes. She has really brought the North County onto the radar of especially the Santa Barbara Foundation with the work that she's done there, but then just the general work that she's done in the community as a community member is something of excellence and something to be commended. So I think it's a very fitting tribute that she receives this award this year. So congratulations, Kathy.
They're right. I like to be in the background. I don't like to be up here. So, but I do want to take a minute to thank the Women's Commission and certainly Supervisor Nelson for the recognition of my service in the community. Truly, I'm grateful and super humbled to receive this award, especially after listening to the other women and the things that they've done. My goodness. A little history, 46 years ago, I relocated to Santa Maria from Sacramento. I was raised in Sacramento in a very service-oriented family. And when I came to Santa Maria, it was a population of 42,000 people, quite a different community. And I only share that because so many of my friends and my family from Sacramento said, "You're crazy. Why are you doing that?" And at the time, I had my own doubts. And when I walked into the mall, which was my first outing in Santa Maria, and I watched people riding up and down the escalator for hours, I was like, oh my goodness. But I have to tell you, it's an amazing community. I'm fortunate to have worked for employers that allowed me early on to get involved in the community. And then I was privileged to work for the Santa Barbara Foundation for 20 years, where I really was able to really immerse myself in the community and help create and participate in many impactful programs addressing community and nonprofit needs. I think most importantly, and I think the young woman ahead of me shared her thoughts on this as well, is, none of my work has ever been done in a vacuum. I've been very fortunate and very pleased to work with very supportive and amazing colleagues. I've worked with community leaders, I've worked with nonprofit leaders, I've worked with government officials, I've worked with amazing community volunteers, as well as a lot of friends and family. So, I kind of believe it takes a village, and I'm happy to have been a part of that. I continue to remain busy in the community in retirement, and I'm very, very grateful that I'm able to do that as well. So really, in closing, what I want to say is our little town of what was 42,000 when I arrived has certainly grown and evolved, and I'm certainly happy that I've been able to be a part of that. And thank you for honoring my work.
Well, we're not stopping now.
Good morning, Supervisors. I just wanted to say just real quick, a few years ago, I was able to be here and talk about all the nominees and those that are awarded, and I spoke about the golden thread in the community, and that the women were definitely the golden thread that binds all the communities together and their strength. And this year, I have to say, they're here again in the amazing strength and wisdom that they all throughout the community, and our young lady here to share. So it's amazing. Last but not least, we have Lourdes Ramirez from Guadalupe, and I told Supervisor Levin, this is who we're nominating. He's like, excellent choice. And the people that I've spoken with in order to write her resolution were all like, she is, the biggest compliment she got was that she's the conduit of the community. She is the one that you go to for inspiration and help and caring and concern, but also maybe a little kick in the butt and let's get this moving and get it done. So that was a joy to speak with her and all those that know her, and that what she has done in the community and will continue to do. So if you wanted to.
Congratulations so much.
Let's give pictures. Oh, you want to get on this? Okay.
There we go.
Just want to say it quick. So we all know with volunteers, well, generally with most people, there's two kinds of people that talk about doing things and people that do things. Lourdes is a doer. So when I was lucky enough to be redistricted and pick up Guadalupe, no matter where I went, whatever the situation was, Lourdes was always there as the first person that wanted to get something done. Not afraid to kick somebody in the buns. Yes, that is true, but generally with a smile on her face and asking you to do it first. So whether it was everything from flooding, making sure that people got into safe lodging, making sure that people had enough to eat. I like to go to the food bank giveaway in Guadalupe on the first Thursday. Lourdes is there with her entire crew, making sure that her community is taken care of. And the First Lady of Guadalupe, always there with her partner, Ariston, always, yeah, hanging out. So well-deserved. Congratulations. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, my God. I didn't even know. I think I got my experience because I was worked for the Santa Maria Youth and Family Center for 34 years. And so I had to work in the community. So I pretty much know a lot of people, so that helps. I just call them, I need some blankets for this family, and they're there. So networking is awesome, and it really comes in handy. And when we had those flood victims last year, they all came, and we were so blessed to have so much help. And I work alongside my husband because he's the mayor. And so I'm kind of in the background, but he just says things, I just do it. And so I told him, I said, you know, didn't know that growing up telling people, because I'm the oldest of 7, telling people what to do was going to come in handy someday. And it has. And I love my community. I will always be there. I will always give them. I work Alma, and I worked with Joan Hartman, and Lavanino's been awesome having him there. And I am very blessed to have such a great community. So thank you so much.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we have no requests to speak on departmental item number 3.
All right, excellent. Well, can we get a motion to move items A and B, please?
I move items A and B.
And I'll second.
That seems fitting. Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Hartman. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Congratulations to all of our very deserving winners. And with that, we'll take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back. air signs. I'm on. Okay. Oh, there we go. All right. Let's reconvene this meeting of the County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, can you please read item 4 into the record?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Keysite H Development Agreement, case number 23 ORD 4, and this is in the 4th District. And before we proceed, we did receive one document over a page in length after our noon deadline on Friday, and it will be distributed during public comment for this item, but if we can just have a vote to add this into the record prior to that. This was a document from Miko Neiman.
Okay. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, I'll make a motion to accept that document into the record.
Okay. I'll second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Excellent. Okay, so let's, did you read item 4 into the record? Okay, I missed that. Can we call for ex parte? Supervisor Nelson, let's start with you.
Yes, before I go into ex parte, so a development agreement is a typical quasi-judicial hearing, because I don't have extensive detailed ex parte, but I will generally say that I had multiple community meetings at the Knollwood Village Country Club with the homeowners associations, 2 neighboring homeowners associations, have met with the previous owners of the property, have met with the developer on multiple occasions. Our office has been very engaged and seeing through the iterations of development on this property, as well as my kids of attending the Montessori school there as well. So very, very familiar with the property and the developments from there.
Okay.
None for me.
None for me.
I believe all my ex parte were disclosed at the previous application and previous hearing. I have not had any since that time that I'm aware of.
Okay. And none for me, except public emails. So we will now go to our staff presentation. Ms. Reese.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. My name is Elise Dale. I'm an assistant director for the Planning and Development Department. The item before you today is the execution of a development agreement for a 99-unit, 100% affordable housing project on the property known as Keysite H in the Orchid Community Plan. With me today is Travis Seward, Deputy Director of the of the Development Review Division, and Shannon Reese, who's the project planner on this, from whom we'll hear first.
Thank you, Ms. Dale. Hello, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. Shannon Reese here, and I'll be presenting the development agreement for a future 99-unit project on Keysite H. And just for some context here, the Planning Commission recommended 5-0 on January 10th that the board approve this agreement. Keysite H is located at the eastern end of Foster Road, and this site is surrounded by St. Joseph's High School, the Knollwood Terrace condos, the Knollwood Meadows Apartments, Highway 101, and the Edgewood single-family dwellings. It's currently developed with a single-family dwelling and a school, as Supervisor Nelson referenced. And this slide shows the zoning in the immediate area. The subject parcel is zoned residentially for 8 units per acre, with residential zoning for 12.3 units per acre to the west and north, 4.6 units per acre to the south, where the single-family homes are. And because this development specifies a 100% affordable project, it's eligible for a 80% state density bonus. And the applicant has also requested that the board, through this development agreement, grant an additional 37-unit density bonus from the county. And that is allowed by the Land Use and Development Code. You can grant in excess of what the state requires. So this provides some background on the history of this site. In the early 80s, the county approved a single-family dwelling and a 100-student school on the site. In 2005, the size of the site increased through a lot line adjustment and the abandonment of a frontage road by the county. And the county secured a trail easement on the eastern portion of the site adjacent to the 101. And then more recently, applicant applied for a 100% affordable housing project pursuant to Senate Bill 35 for a 61-unit project, and that was approved. The DA before the board now is a result of negotiations between the applicant team and Planning and Development for an alternative project with improved neighborhood compatibility. And as Supervisor Nelson referenced, it's a somewhat unconventional case type. It's essentially a contract that's entered into by the developer and the county to establish land uses and other negotiated terms for future development on the site. So to just briefly go through what is included in this agreement, it sets the maximum number of units. It specifies that along Foster Road, those two structures are only 2 stories instead of 3. And instead of having one large building, like in the 61-unit project, you instead have 4 smaller structures. And there's a mandated setback from the homes along Hilltop Road to the west there. The developer has agreed to construct and maintain an on-site trail segment within that existing easement. And there are some parking provisions included in the DA as well. So it allows for some compact spaces, and then along the frontage there where the 2 structures are located, that they're having those residential structures instead of parking right against Foster. There are also some specifications that an existing power pole in the rear of the site can remain as long as development doesn't encroach within 10 feet of it. And if a noise study allows and complies with the noise element provisions, then a sound wall along the 101 would not need to be constructed. So these are some visuals for the proposed 2- and 3-story structures. And the southern elevation is the view from Foster Road, and then the view of the 3 stories from the 101. And then we also have some renderings of the site. These were docketed as well. And I mentioned the 61 unit that was previously approved already. So the southern and eastern, these are the southern and eastern project elevations for the future 99 unit development. And for comparison to the prior 61 unit project, for some context, I'll just toggle between the two so you can see. This is the view from Foster Road, and then the view from the 101 of the 2 3-story structures versus the L-shaped structure that was approved as the 61 unit project. As far as next steps go, if the DA is ultimately approved and adopted by the board, the developer won't develop the 61 unit project for so long as the county is in compliance with the agreement terms and processes the subsequent applications that are required accordingly. So those subsequent applications are a development plan that would go to the Planning Commission, as well as a zoning clearance that would effectuate that development plan. And then if the development agreement is denied by the board, then the applicant can apply for building permits for the approved 61 unit project, and the 100 student school could continue to operate. So the DA sets forth terms and requirements for subsequent approval, and this staff report for the development agreement focuses on the provisions of the DA and how they're consistent with the applicable governing documents, whereas the development plan in the future will focus on the details of the project and their consistency with policy. We prepared a notice of exemption that analyzes the 99 unit project as described by the development agreement and its provisions, as well as by the example project plans that are attached to that development agreement. And the project is exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15194, the affordable housing exemption and the Public Resource Code Section 21159.23, low-income housing. So based upon the development agreement's consistency with all applicable regulations, policies, and development standards, and the ability to make the required findings, including CEQA findings, the Planning Commission recommends that the board approve the introduction or first reading of the ordinance approving the Keysite H development agreement and set a hearing next week on March 19th for the second reading. I have the full set of recommendations here on this slide. And I should just note here on the record that the DA and other documents in the packet reference LUDC section 3532030A. However, we recently amended the density bonus ordinance, as you were all aware. And so we just need to revise the section that's referenced to remove the A, but otherwise no issue. And that completes my presentation. Staff's available for questions, and we have the applicant team, Mr. Ramos and Mr. Broussard, ready to present and available for questions. And we also have Mr. Robertson, Mr. Smart, and Mr. Snedden from the Public Works Transportation Division here.
If there are any questions from the members of the board for staff at this time? Okay. We'll have the applicant make their presentation. You'll have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Gene Broussard. I'm with AMG and Associates, and Shannon did a great job covering. I just want to kind of give a brief overview of the project and the before and after. I think we have a presentation to share. Next slide, please. Thank you. So just a little bit about AMG and Associates. We've been an affordable housing developer for over 25 plus years. We develop and own approximately 10,000 affordable housing units across the state of California, exclusively, I'd say 95% in California, a few in a couple other states like Alaska and Idaho. We specialize a lot in tax credit developments, a lot of regulatory agreements with the state, and have a lot of different fundings throughout the state. We specialize also in kind of community outreach. We have a proven asset management team that manages our professional third-party property management firms. And I think I'll get into that into the next slide, please. On this project, we have a partner called the Pacific Companies. The Pacific Companies is based out of Idaho, and they have a large portfolio of affordable housing projects as well in the state of California. We collectively together are focused. 95% of what we do is still in the affordable housing space, and they're consistently ranked. Together, us and the Pacific Companies are ranked usually in the top 10 in the United States for affordable housing developers, and in the Western United States, as you can see in the next slide, please, in the top 5 consistently over the past 10 years. Next slide, please. As I was mentioning earlier, we have a team of asset managers that manages professional third-party management companies. So a lot of affordable housing developers have their own in-house management teams. We hire third-party management companies that specialize in affordable housing. They know the rules, they know the income restrictions, they know how to govern these properties because they are specific. There's a lot of regulations that go into the state and local funding sources as well as the state and local regulatory agreements. This project will have 2 on-site managers, and we retain ownership in all of our projects. We're not going to develop and sell. We retain and we stay involved in the project. I've been involved in the project since day one, and I plan to continue to be involved in the project throughout the life of it. Next slide, please. Here's the kind of an overview of site plan. You can see, I don't think we showed this earlier, but this kind of shows how the previous project was done, and I think staff's concerns about how it laid out, how it was really loaded towards the front of Foster Road. You had the 3-story product there, 61 units really kind of facing there. It's currently approved, as Shannon mentioned. And yeah, the frontage as you come up Foster Road is just a different feel from the proposed project and development agreement in front of you today. Next slide, please. The proposed site plan went through many iterations with staff, communication with everyone to try and make an improved project. We really spread out the density, as you could see throughout the whole project, instead of bringing it right towards the front of the project in front of the school. Unfortunately, the school will no longer be part of this project, but it is spread out over the 4-acre sites. You have the 4 buildings, again, as Shannon mentioned, the 2 buildings in front along Foster as a requirement in the development agreement are required to be the 2 stories, and then the back project is 3 stories. Next slide, please. Here's some of the major design considerations. The setback, instead of having the parking along the front, you've got a nice 2-story kind of product that looks, fits into the character of the community much better than the previous project. Setback 23 feet from Foster. The current side yard setback from the Hilltop Road homes is 80 feet. And I think one of the key things that we tried to do in the revised design is step back the 3-story structures, the 80 feet, as well as have all those trees line the perimeter of the west side and the freeway side to really kind of screen the buildings, kind of give a lot of relief from the existing communities that are there. So really just kind of trying to focus, how do we improve this project for the communities working in tandem with staff. The surface lot was moved internally, as you could see, so it doesn't feel as, previously we heard that it kind of felt like almost like a drive-up motel before. You'd kind of just drive up like a Motel 8 and kind of just park, and now it's kind of everything's kind of hidden, and it just has a very different feel of the project from the community, the neighborhood of Foster, and frontage as well. Next slide, please. You saw this on Shannon's presentation as well. These are the previously approved elevations. Next slide, please. Here are the proposed elevations. This is the before and after. This is the corner view of Foster on the bottom of the new project. On front, this is the previous project from Foster. The corner view is Foster and frontage. The approved project is from Foster. The development agreement, after the 61-unit project was approved, the county, as you know, introduced new objective design standards. So the new project will be subject to those design standards and have to comply with every one of those regulations. We increased the parking ratio to 1.3 stalls per unit. We have fewer trips generated. We did a trip generation count with the traffic engineer, and we have fewer trips generated than the currently approved project. We've dispersed the density, and then we've also been kind of studying internally and talking about, if you can go back to the site plan, Shannon, please. Thanks. Could you do the one with the trees, if you don't mind? Thanks. As you can see along the westerly side there, we have those trees. We've been looking at adding a tandem version of tandem stalls along that portion there where Shannon's running the mouse. And that would add a significant number of stalls. We're estimating approximately 30 stalls added to the project. Could be added by adding a tandem stall and provide additional relief, even moving those 3-story buildings further east and have a further setback from the homes at the west on Hilltop. I believe that concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. And thank you very much to staff for working with us. We've been working on this for quite some time, so we thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
Oh, just a quick question. You're adding more units but reducing the trips. Could you explain that in more detail?
Yes, yeah, great question. It's due to there's 2 operating schools currently out of the Yeah, there's two small schools that run out of there. Currently, we have leases with both of them. And the trips, the delta between the trips lost from the school count and the increased unit count is why.
And then what will happen to the schools or the children attending those schools? And could you elaborate a little more what kind of schools they are?
Yeah, they're both, my understanding is, I'm more familiar with one than the other, but they're both child care facilities for smaller children, and we've been in constant communication with them. They know what is happening. We've been very good to them. The rent's very reasonable. We're trying to work with them to have a better project. I think they understand where we're coming from, and so we're just constantly communicating with them to give them more time. And as long as we can, let them stay. So they're constantly asking for additional, because they need to plan for the future school years. So we've already extended them out a whole nother year.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I think it's, thank you, Mr. Bizarre, for being here. I think it's probably good for my colleagues to understand when you think school, you're thinking an institution that is, set up as a school. This was known as the Children's House Montessori School because it was actually a house that was converted into a school. So when you think about a school, kind of an institutional structure, this was a house that was probably built in the early 60s. So it had quite a bit of deferred maintenance on it. Wasn't quite the typical school that you might see. I think at one point their actual CUP was to potentially have 200 students at that school. When they originally got the CUP in the 80s, they never built out to do that. But I think that's the kind of the concept that was originally envisioned by the Palmerston family, or the family before the Palmerstons acquired the school. And I think when they decided to retire, they did not. The Montessori school did not continue, and they've been leasing it to very different child care facilities, including CHC, that's been working out of that since it's been an empty building for part of the time, because it actually hasn't been in contiguous use since they've been going through this development process. So it is a child care asset at this point in our community, but it is a declining asset in many ways. It would probably take a significant investment in that property moving forward to continue it at that level. I've been in constant conversation with other advocates in the community about where can we find other opportunities, and I've been an advocate of that, and amending some of our rules to encourage child care facilities in our community. And so I think, yes, it's a negative to potentially lose this, but I think it was going to happen at some point in the future, and I don't think that it's necessarily in conflict.
Okay, I see no other questions for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak from the public?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, yes, we have 5 requests to speak from the public on this item. And we are going to remain in Santa Maria and begin with Rosie Rojo, to be followed by James Brenneman. Rosie?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, is it on? Okay.
Yep.
All right. Good morning, esteemed Board of Supervisors. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Rosie Rojo. I live along Morning Ridge Road, a street that intersects with Foster Road, the site of this proposed development. My home is part of the Edgewood Homeowners Association, and I'm also on the board. First and foremost, I would like to thank Supervising Planner Shannon Reese, as well as Aaron Hank of Supervisor Bob Nelson's office and Supervisor Bob Nelson himself. All have been very helpful and informative as our HOA navigates through this proposed development. I would also like to thank the developer, AMG, for hearing our concerns and continuing to work with us. I'm here not to stop the project. We definitely need affordable housing, and I'm a huge advocate of affordable housing. The concern is that there does not seem to be much focus by the county to our neighborhood safety, primarily due to the increased traffic and parking issues this high-density project will bring. Just like we expressed to the Planning Commission back in January, we ask that you consider the negative impacts these units will have on traffic, parking, and most importantly, safety. Traffic along Morning Ridge Road is already a very serious concern. Drivers use it as a feeder street to get onto Union Valley Parkway and Foster Road. Because there are no speed bumps or any traffic calming measures along Morning Ridge Road, which is something we've been asking the county for many years, People drive incredibly fast through that street. Traffic is particularly bad during the morning hours when people are driving to work and school. And when I mean work, when I mean school, it's really not the Montessori schools that are the issue. It's the high schools and the elementary and junior highs. We have had several recent car accidents on Morning Ridge Road because of speed. The increased traffic brought on by this development will only exacerbate these incidents on streets that are highly used by school-aged kids, either waiting for the bus to go to elementary or junior high, as well as high schoolers walking to and from Rigetti and St. Joe's. In addition to traffic concerns, we also have parking concerns. There doesn't seem to be any consideration for restricted parking along Morning Ridge Road, Bridgeport, and the surrounding streets. While the new development will provide some parking, it definitely won't house all of the vehicles this development will bring. There are also other concerns about the negative impacts of our HOA-maintained walking trail and nearby park. Again, I would like to stress that my concern has nothing to do with this project being affordable. We definitely need it in our community. The issue is that adding any type of high-density housing in our existing residential area without the county making necessary improvements and accommodations to the existing infrastructure is simply irresponsible and reckless for those who have lived there for decades and the future of this development. Thank you
very much.
We will now go to James Brenneman, to be followed by Miko Neiman. James?
Did you enter in I gave you some map to enter into it?
Yes, Chair Lavanino and members of the board, that is a great question. We did not need to vote that into the record because it was under a page.
Pardon, it's what?
It was under a page, so we didn't need to vote it into the record. Yep.
Can you enter it into the record and get them?
I will
before
distribute
start
it now.
speaking?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We'll hold your time for just a second. And then you're going to need to bump that microphone up just a tad.
Yeah.
Rosie's just a little bit shorter than you are, yeah?
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Okay, Mr. Brenneman, why don't we start?
Okay. Thank you, Chair Lavanino and the board members for allowing me to speak. My name is James Brenneman, and I'm the president of the Edgewood Homeowners Association, and I'm here to address specifically the safety issues. Just to be upfront, I oppose both of these projects as they're proposed. There may be some things that we can do that make them better. I understand we need housing, but we need to do housing responsibly that doesn't affect the safety of the community. And the safety of the community that I'm looking at is important here. Morning Ridge Road and Foster Roads are the only two ingress, egress for all the homeowners in Edgewood, the homeowners on Knollwood and Foster, and all the apartments back there that they don't show on the board. There's a bunch of apartments down below the project that is proposed. So there's apartments already in there. Now you're going to put 61 or 99 units in there, and you're going to enter this traffic. Union Valley Parkway is a stop for everybody that comes out of there. We're not talking about a road that's 2 miles or 3 miles long when you're talking about Union Valley Parkway. You're talking about maybe 3/10 of a mile max. Cars line up all the way down waiting to try to get out of Morning Ridge Road. So, and people speed down through there so they can get their kid in school and then out of school fast. They can get around on Morning Ridge Road to get to St. Joe's, and then they can come back around and get out on Union Valley Parkway, but it's hard to get out. What I'm proposing, I sent you a letter. You've seen my letter. I hope everybody got it. That letter talks specifically about what those safety issues are. And what I want to do now is present to you what we would like you to see done to make it safe, because I have a feeling this is going to go through and there's not a lot we can do to stop it, but we need to do it safely. We would like a 3-way stop sign and yellow crosswalks located at Fountain Street, which is right directly across from our park. We have 156 units in there, and we're 0 lot line units so the people's yards are small. So the park is there for them to have places for their kids to run around and so forth. So right around the entrance of the park, there's a curve coming in and a curve from both sides. So now, and there's a bus stop right there at that also, a school bus stop. So now there's so much more traffic going to be on there. We need to make it safe. We need to put a stop sign there so people have to stop to allow kids to walk back and forth across the street. Because even the high school students that walk there have to cross Morning Ridge Road to get up to, if they're going over across Union Valley Parkway, it's on the Morning Ridge side. Everybody that uses that park, and we have 18 homes on the same side as the park, the rest are all on the other side. People come down there with a stroller and 2 kids walking and 1 kid in a stroller, and he's got these cars speeding down through there. Yep. They don't have a crosswalk. We need to do that with that crosswalk. We also need a light at Union Valley Parkway and Morning Ridge Road.
Thank you,
and we
James.
also like some speed bumps on Bridgeport because
Mr.
that
Brenneman,
becomes
that's
a
your time.
speedway.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Miko Neiman to be followed by Constance Van Belleghem.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Miko Neiman. I'm a resident at Knollwood Terrace. And we've had plenty of discussions with Shannon, Bob, and Aaron, and we appreciate your support for our community. Several months ago, we had a discussion with AMG, and we shared our concerns regarding the amount of cars that will occupy the apartments. We feel like there's going to be, not a studio won't just hold 1 person. A studio will have 2 people. A 1-bedroom will have 2 or 3 people. And the car count we feel is going to be in excess of 275 cars. Right now, there's only about 185 spaces. So we're requesting that the vehicles park on the development. And I noticed Shannon's outline was with trees along the frontage by the 101 instead of possibly more parking. And I have a handout for you that talks about possibly putting more parking in. And I think, Bob, we talked about the Hammerhead driveway, and this will alleviate potentially that problem to have that happen, possibly? Possibly? Okay, we're always looking for an answer, right? Anyways, I recognize the importance of housing, and I'd rather resolve it now than come back later and complain about how the parking is out of hand. So let's work together and try to resolve this. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Constance Van Belleghem to be followed by Lisa Thompson, who is our final speaker. Constance?
Hello, I'm Constance Van Belleghem, and I'm a resident of Edgewood, and I thank you for your time. I will not be as eloquent as my previous people because I just want to make a statement. As I said, I'm a resident of Edgewood and became aware of the affordable development around 2021. I attended a Zoom meeting with the Architectural Review Board and a representative from AMG, who proceeded to tell us that they work under different building requirements and that some of the building requirements they don't have to follow under the Architectural Board. And that AMG would provide parking, but that was not, they didn't have to provide parking. The first option that we were given was almost nearly a 4-story design with approximately, at that time, 58 units. Now we've seen designs for 99 units. It seems to me the original design was a sleight of hand, as in giving a child 2 choices, one not very attractive and the other one which is your ultimate goal. Kind of like a bait and switch to me. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Lisa Thompson, who is our final speaker on this item. Lisa?
Good morning, Board. Thank you for letting us speak. My name is Lisa Thompson. I live in Knollwood condos. Definitely aware of the need for affordable housing. I'm a realtor and a property manager in the area. But given the fact that, as the others have mentioned, there are only 2 roads in and out of that area. One is Foster Road that has the light, but also at that light are 2 high schools, St. Joe's and Rigetti, that are very, very busy in the morning and are already a safety issue, in my opinion, because as you come and go, you see people stopping in the middle of the road and letting their kids out in the middle of the road. And in looking at the National Household Travel Survey for 2022, it notes that that for the number of properties there, that there will be about 560 extra trips added to those 2 streets every day. And as they've also mentioned, the area at Union Valley does not have a traffic signal, so you wait there forever. So most people opt for the Foster side, and obviously in the morning and the afternoon when the kids are there, that's going to be a huge safety issue. So definitely want the housing to go forward, but with something maybe that can alleviate the traffic issue. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
All right, thank you. We'll allow the applicants a 5-minute rebuttal. If there was anything you heard during public comment that you would like to address, now would be the time to do that.
And Chair Lavanino, members of the board, I would just like to note for the record the applicant had 2 minutes remaining on their presentation time, so I will make that 7 minutes total.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. I just wanted to speak briefly to a few of the comments and kind of go through them. The Rosie's comments about the parking count, I just want to clarify, we're trying to get up to 165 stalls if we add a tandem provision to that. And also she mentioned the walking trail along the freeway there. There's a trail easement that connects to the adjacent Knollwood and then surrounding communities. The part of the staff, part of the DA is we're required to improve and maintain that with a kind of a decomposed granite, and we're required to maintain that for the life of the project. Currently, it's kind of a, I don't know, a very old asphalt, I would say, that's kind of full of weeds. Jim's comment, thank you very much. I think we know that the community, the HOAs, have a lot of concerns about traffic. On the original project, we tried to commit to add speed bumps to the surrounding streets. I think Public Works had some issues with that for probably threshold reasons. I'm not an engineer in Public Works, but we've always been willing to work with HOA as much as we can to add or mitigate any traffic concerns in the surrounding neighborhoods. And then I know we've discussed briefly about the occupancy. On the proposed project type, we have more studio and 1-bedroom units. And what we did is we went through and looked at our entire portfolio and did an occupancy count and did a survey of how many people actually live in a studio, how many people live in a 1-bedroom. And Miko's correct that some studios have two people. Some maybe have 1, some 2. But the average that we found is 1.1 for a studio, 1.2 for a 1, 2.5 for a 2, and 4.1 for a 3-bedroom across our whole portfolio. Could that skew per project? Yes, I would say a little bit of we have some urban projects, we have some rural. Maybe it's a little bit higher for the rural, but the proposed project that we have in front of you today, your own county code requires for a 100% affordable project 114 spaces. We have 135. If we were market rate, it would require 145 stalls. So we're about 10 short of that, but if we are able to add these tandem stalls, we'll be potentially 20 over your own code for market rate housing. Constance had a comment about the design. She's absolutely correct that the previous project, because at the time we proposed an SB 35 ministerial project, these design guidelines were not in place. So there was nothing for us to follow. So we just submitted the project that we had. Now the county has much more intensive design guidelines that we have to comply with this new proposed project, i.e. balconies and different treatments along the facade and all types of different design standards. I think Lisa had similar comments to James and Jim. James, about the traffic concerns, and those were my responses.
Great.
Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson has a question.
Yes. So Mr. Brizard, thank you for your clarification on those. You talked about that you guys did a survey of the people that would live there. Have you done any type of vehicle survey to figure out how many cars you think that your project would, not necessarily what the code says, but based on your experience on other projects similarly situated in a suburban area?
Yeah.
What are you guys looking at?
Our experience is for these types of projects in this type of, not an urban, I wouldn't call this an urban at all. We are fine on the parking, especially if we add these tandem stalls. Either way, we think we're going to have plenty of parking, only because of the skewed unit types down to the studio and one bedroom. I mean, before we had 6 studios, now we have 15, and then we have even more. We have 33 versus 25 one bedroom. So we kind of, a lot of that increase in units is on the lower unit count, smaller unit counts. So I think that helps it, and we have no concerns regarding the parking, because we would be exceeding the market rate code for a market rate development.
And I just wanted.
Yeah.
I'm not concerned about the code as much as the actualization.
Yeah, we really don't have any concerns. We feel strongly that there's going to be enough parking spots for each unit type. If we add these tandem stalls, if we're able to figure out a way to add them, that each 2 and 3 bedroom would have their own tandem stall, and we'll have room for guest parking as well.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Brizard. I guess my next question is for staff. Mr. Brizard's talking about some changes to potentially parking. So if we approve the development agreement today, there's still some opportunities for some tweaks to this project moving forward. So there's still an opportunity for this board. This is still a discretionary decision post today, but really this development agreement, if I understand correctly, opens up the possibilities to do other things like add additional units that would not necessarily be allowed under the code. Also has timelines that we need to commit to for AMG to move forward with this, or else they would default back to the already approved 61 unit project. Do I understand that correctly?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Nelson, that is correct.
Okay. And I just think that's really important. You're fine, Gene.
All right, thank you.
To just keep in mind that things are moving in a good direction on this project, and there was comments made today that I think Mr. Brizard will probably take back. In our office is constantly looking at parking, because we know that's a concern. Mr. Brizard's talking about what his whole portfolio looks like, but we know in Orchid there's a lot of cars. That's just, it is a suburban area, but we don't have a lot of services there, so everybody has to drive somewhere to get to the shop, to get to shopping, to get to grocery. And so we expect it to be a little bit extraordinary, and so that's why you're hearing that loudly from my constituents. And I really want to just, if I could, just thank you all for being so respectful in your participation. I understand the frustration that you all have. I don't live in your neighborhood. I used to be a tenant at the apartments down there. I grew up on Terrace 2 blocks away. My kids have gone to St. Joe's and Rigetti. I'm a Rigetti graduate myself, so it used to be my backyard. It's not anymore, but I do take it very seriously, your concerns, and I think today's process is a step in that direction. I think the concerns that Mr. Brenneman has about safety and traffic, those exist today whether this project moves forward or not. And as your supervisor, I'm going to say here loudly and proudly that these are the things that I'm going to address. We are already addressing those. We have gotten concurrence, I think, finally, with Public Works on the Fountain Drive 3-way stop and crosswalks. So we're gonna hopefully be moving that to the board soon. We believe in traffic calming, and I think that this area is a perfect pilot project for a lot of strategies that we might be able to employ in that neighborhood. And that's whether this project happens or not, whether the 61 unit happens or the 99 unit happens, or the status quo happens. We need some solutions there, and we are committed to staying engaged beyond this hearing today with all of you, and I think you're going to see that. I hope to prove that out to all of you. I have a bunch of comments, but I want to let my colleagues make some questions.
Sure. And we also need to go back to staff if you have any comments of anything that you've heard that needs to be addressed before we begin deliberations.
Chair, members of the board, I think the applicant did an excellent job of addressing what came up, and we don't have any further comments at this time, but we're happy to answer questions.
Okay. We're going to open it up for board deliberations then. Supervisor Nelson kind of kicked it off, but I know we're going to come back to him in a few minutes. Anybody else? Supervisor, a question for Supervisor Hartman?
So just why was the design, the original clustered concentrated design that only used a portion of the lot? I get that we now have design standards, but was that all that changed? I mean, I think what we're seeing today is much superior. I'm just curious why so much of the land wasn't proposed to be used in formerly.
Supervisor Hartman through the chair. They proposed the prior project under SB 35, and so in an effort to maintain the school and minimize grading, they put it in the front. And with the advantage of additional units, the costs of that additional grading become more feasible for the project.
Questions, deliberations? Supervisor Capps.
I'm certainly encouraged by all the affordable units that will be happening. I'm just curious if there was a partnership with any nonprofits or organizations in terms of eligibility of those tenants, if that's necessary, or if there's any background there.
Yeah, thank you. We reached out to the county's housing office. I forgot his last name off the top of my head. It's Bob Havlicek. Yeah. And just to kind of see, especially for the Planning Commission meeting and even before that, but when we kicked off the project, our partner, the Pacific Companies, has partnered with them on another project. And so we had a call with him about available funding sources, potential vouchers. There wasn't any available funding sources at the time. It was more when the project gets closer to a funding round, when we apply for the state for tax credits, we would approach him again and kind of express our intent for funding at that time. But we did have initial conversations, but nothing to that effect. We will have a regulatory agreement that will be applied to the project that they would probably oversee for 55 years.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Good question. Does your company have other affordable housing projects in our county?
No, not currently.
This would be the first one.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Just a couple questions. One, just simple one. What's the acreage of the site again?
Supervisor Williams through the chair, it's 4.15 acres.
Okay. And then if we, as part of the housing element, pass a sort of locals head start for leasing up ordinance, would that apply to this project?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, I'd have to look into that in terms of the timing. In front of me, I don't have the draft language for that incentive program. So we can get back to you with that information.
And then the last would be the question for the applicant. Since you don't have a local waiting list or anything like that, are you willing to use the county housing authority's wait list for folks? Because it does, in the rationing of affordable housing, it does help us to be able to have a system where people don't languish on that list for 5 years. And so only to be, maybe outpaced by someone who's just got the lottery on your project. Yeah. So, or would you as the applicant be willing to use the county housing authority's wait list?
Yeah, I think to answer your question, Supervisor Williams, that we would be willing to work with the county on that. Everything is just subject to fair housing law. So we will do our absolute best to ensure that local residents, either through the county's waiting list or local residents, are preferred to live there first. It's just subject to fair housing law. And if there's any proposed new changes in the regulations at the time of occupancy, we would, of course, comply with those regulations at time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman?
Oh, just to follow on, so would that be appropriate to write into the development agreement?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. I think that we could. I'm not sure what that would do to the timing of the hearing.
I think our concern initially is just to make sure that we don't put anything in the agreement that's not enforceable or potentially conflicts with the fair housing law, though the applicant has consistently indicated a preference to. We would want to fully study what that would look like and how it would comply legally, but.
Well, I mean, I kind of doubt that our county housing authority is violating fair housing law, to be fair. So number one and number two, as long as you wrote the language, without departing from fair housing law, I think you could probably put a condition in there if the applicant is agreeable to it.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, well, we're talking about the occupancy. I'm hoping that the developer is hearing us loud and clear on this. And this isn't actually our last. There is a discretionary decision after this. This is to enter into the agreement, and I think I don't think we need to hold up the agreement over that. I think that when they come back for their final discretionary decision, they'll hopefully have incorporated those comments that the board has made. I think it's really important, and I don't think it just takes that. We need necessarily an ordinance to accomplish that. Our office has been engaged with the developer, and we are going to continue to stay engaged with the developer so that we can help prioritize those groups, especially locals, number one. To address some of the traffic concerns, we also want to incentivize and try to get seniors into the project because their traffic patterns might be a little bit different, especially around the school hours, so that we can be the project can be a little bit more compatible, and maybe some of the parking situations might be a little bit better because it may be singles or just doubles, the seniors instead of families on the property. So we're going to, in the 4th District, going to stay engaged in this project moving forward. It's a big project, 99 units. It's not a small project in the Orchid area, and so just for my colleagues, reference, that's where we are going with this all is to continue to work with the developer to try to get those things in place.
Thank you. So, this kind of is an SB 35 son of, I guess, SB 35, where we were going to get a 61 unit project regardless. Stacked up on 1 acre. And somebody talked about the missing link, and this is, unfortunately, the missing link of SB 35 is traffic, parking, safety, all the other things that go around affordable housing. And all around northern Santa Barbara County, you've seen these projects. I've got one next to my house on Miller and Stoll, and it's just a massive apartment complex that I'm sure it's much needed, but Miller Street is already impacted. There's nowhere for these folks to go traffic-wise. The parking's super limited. And I understand that the legislature, the reason why they passed this is because, local governments weren't approving any of these projects because there's so many concerns about all the other things that have to, ancillary things that go along with this. So sometimes Sacramento uses a sledgehammer where a little tiny tack hammer would work. And this is, unfortunately, the new kind of reality that we're living in is, our hands are tied somewhat. Now, I do think it's a better project that was originally offered. And so, I'm going to regrettably, I'm not jumping into this thing with both feet. I think there are going to be some unintended consequences, but I want also the folks that came to speak and those that might be watching at home to understand that Supervisor Nelson is a very hands-on county supervisor, especially in the Orchid area, and so he is taking your concerns strongly, and I know he's already working on some of the traffic mitigation that you've highlighted. So some of those issues probably would have never been addressed if this project didn't come up, or they might have been put on the back burner. So this may, in the long run, make your community actually even a little bit safer. So I'm putting my trust in Supervisor Nelson, as you guys have, and I know he's going to do whatever he can to make sure in following the law that, those other ancillary items are addressed. So Supervisor Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Lavanino. And, when this first came to us and on our office's radar, we were frankly against even the 61 unit project, and we were, hoping that wouldn't happen. The Orchid Community Plan actually called for 32 units here, so it was already a doubling of what we had already gone through a community process to accept on that property. We already have these issues, as I mentioned before. Traffic's a big problem. Safety's a big problem. We have people on those streets that can't actually even back out of their driveway without having conflict there with the community. And so I, as a supervisor, was not happy that our authority here at the board ultimately got delegated to the state through SB 35 for the 61 units. That said, it went back to the drawing board at that point. It was an unusual negotiating position for us as the county. Typically, we have a lot of discretion here, but our hands were tied, and we have now a choice between two projects. And frankly, it's a rock and a hard place. It's the lesser of two evils. And trying to make the best of it, I do think ultimately this 99-unit project is the best project to move forward. I had multiple public meetings with my constituents in that neighborhood, and I asked them, I said, if you guys all kind of come out and said 61, go with the 61 unit, I will support you guys. If you guys tell me 99 units, I'll go down that route too. I am your representative. And I did get a mixed bag. I got some people saying, let's just go with the 61 and roll the dice. I had others say 99, but it did tend more to people supporting the 99 unit project, even though they didn't like it. This project has a lot of wins. There's a lot of significant setbacks from Hilltop. Recently, we talked to the developer about adding a taller fence along Hilltop to help protect those neighbors that are on Hilltop, their backyards, their kids are out there playing from people staring into their backyards. This spreads out the project over the whole 4 acres instead of 1.1. One of the unspoken things here is what happens to that other 3 acres in the future. What does the state legislature do and maybe come in with additional legislation allow them to develop that without any development standards? So we could be looking at well over 200 units on this 4 acres in the future if we don't prescribe the entirety of this property. This project is proposed matches the density and the parking for the Knollwood apartments that exist. I actually counted the parking spots down there at the current apartments, and that's right about 160 as it is now. This one is, we're hearing, is 165 with the tandem spots. But I'm not done pushing on you, Gene, for additional spots. So let's continue to have that conversation. I think we have that opportunity. So I do think at the end, this is the project that we should support moving forward with the development agreement. On the 40,000-foot level for this board, I think we need to probably start to think about these development agreements, because I think this is actually the first one of probably many. We're going to see builders remedy projects that are going to come to us that are going to be unpleasant, and we're going to probably have to go back to the drawing board with some of these developers to get projects that fit. So this is probably a new day in the county. This is my 12th year working with the board, and this is the first development agreement I've seen move forward. I think this is an opportunity for us as a board to, under these new dynamics that we have with projects that are getting entitled through state entitlement processes, to work with the developer, work with the community, and have a different kind of conversation. I do really want to thank Lisa Plowman and her planning and development staff for doing this. This is something that they did not need to bend over backwards to make this work, but they understood that what the proposed project through SB 35 was just not tenable, was not tolerable for the community, and worked on a solution that we potentially can be more harmonious. With that, I reluctantly will make a motion to support the staff's recommendation for the approval of the development agreement on Quayside H.
Could we have a little additional discussion?
Supervisor Hartman, go ahead.
Yeah, I still had some questions. You said there would be fewer trips generated even with the larger project. Is that correct, given the schools?
Yes, that's correct. I believe that there was a technical memorandum that was done that was part of the staff report. Maybe Travis was going to speak to that.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to talk? Or
Sure.
It's up to you.
Okay, I can read to you.
Sure. I mean,
Supervisor Hartman. Okay. The trip generation estimates indicate existing site is estimated to generate 39 a.m. peak hour trips, 40 p.m. peak hour trips. And that's based on the assumption of the school with their enrollment. Under the existing entitlement, this site could be expected to generate 69 trips during the AM peak hour and 69 trips during the PM peak hour. And then under the proposed project, we're looking at 50 trips during AM and 46 trips during the PM peak hour.
Thank you. So it's fewer than the other proposed project, but more than what's there currently.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Hopefully that made sense. Okay.
And what's there currently, we hear is problematic, and so we're going to be working on that going forward, how to get more traffic calming and.
Correct.
Okay. Then I just had a question about the trail, the trail that you will be doing. Will that connect up to the homeowner association trail?
Yes, currently it leads to stairs at the north, and so it connects there. There's actually an easement reserved by the county for that trail easement, and then it kind of comes south along the freeway, running along the freeway, and then it kind of connects into this, how would you call it, meandering. It's almost like a meandering existing public trail.
Okay.
For
so
the
it connects.
It does connect.
Because I'm always concerned when we have people living in more concentrated situations, we need to give places where people can get out. So it was mentioned that there's a park at Fountain Drive, and that's the homeowners association park. Would your residents be allowed to use that, or would you contribute in any way to that?
I don't know if there's any specific. It sounds like there's no specific. They cannot use it. It sounds like.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like getting a lot of no shaking.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And then, how far away is the nearest park to this?
It's a great question off the top of my head. I looked at it initially when we looked at the site, but that was a few years ago. I'd have to go back. Maybe Supervisor Nelson could weigh in on.
And do you expect young children? I mean, would there be any place for parents of young children?
Yeah, so we have if you look at the site plan, we have a community area like in our own project, and we'll have like a playground there internally.
I did read about the playground.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think this second project is far better than the first project. I think that just the massive nature of the other project was a little depressing, quite frankly. Yeah. And I think spreading this out, and the design looks good. It gives people breathing space. And I think Supervisor Nelson and Lavanino said it well. We don't have a lot of discretion, and we could take the first project, or not. I mean, we have to take that. You're offering us something better, and I think the negotiation, and I want to echo what Supervisor Nelson said, because it's happened in my area as well, that the planning staff has been guiding better projects, and I really, that's kind of a new, I mean, you do it to some extent, but the leverage is different now, and I think the way that you're doing it is really superb, and really appreciate that. So I find myself eager to support this project.
Thank you, Supervisor.
All right, I think we're ready for a motion. Supervisor Nelson?
Yep, I will restate my motion to approve staff recommendation to approval of the development agreement under item D4, and that's A, B, and C.
Okay.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hartman. So we have a motion by Supervisor Nelson, seconded by Hartman. Hold on just a second.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, yes, could we get approval of A through D to also set the hearing on the administrative agenda on March 19th?
So amended.
Great,
A through D.
And the seconder accepts.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, staff. And for those that came to speak, thank you very much. And thanks to the applicant. So we are a little bit ahead of schedule, and I don't believe lunch is here yet. So we're going to go on. If staff is ready, we're going to go ahead and go to item 5.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a second quarter fiscal year 2023 through 2024 update on cannabis taxation, compliance, and enforcement.
All right. Good morning, Brittany.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. Brittany Oderman, Deputy CEO, and today I have with me Carmela Beck, our Cannabis Program Manager, and she will be presenting this item. Thank you.
Good morning. Hello. Okay. All right. Good morning or good afternoon. Thank you so much, Ms. Oderman. My name is Carmela Beck, the current Cannabis Program Manager. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'll be presenting the fiscal year 23-24 Q2 Cannabis Status Report. And on that report, we'll be talking about tax receipts. Can you go to the next slide? Land use permitting, business license activity, enforcement, and we'll close with a couple emerging issues. So it's going to be quick and easy. We collected $2.3 million in cannabis gross tax receipts in Q2. Our annual total to date is $2.8 million. As you're aware, our ordinance requires that all operators with active state licenses file their tax reports. 3 out of the 60 operators did not file reports because they're not currently in operation. 13 out of the 60 operators reported zero gross tax receipts, and the remaining 44 operators reported and paid their taxes. Land use permitting continues, and the submitted permit acreage continues to exceed the acreage cap. There are currently 3 cannabis projects that are still on appeal. In Q2, 4 cannabis land use entitlements were approved, one of which is the Haven retail storefront in Los Alamos. The remaining 3 retail storefronts located in Goleta Valley, Toro Canyon, and Orcutt are all in various stages of the building permit process. And we currently have 60 county business licenses that are pending. The Sheriff's Department reported 5 enforcement activities in Q2. They reported 303 pounds of dried product that was confiscated at an estimated value of over $304,000. We wanted to bring to your attention 4 emerging issues, one of which is to consider development of a fee schedule for code violations to allow the ability to issue citations to address compliance issues. The second issue are the implications of Senate Bill 833 and the Department of Cannabis Control allowance for cannabis operators to fallow ground and pause their state licenses for drastically reduced fees. The third item, which is on today's agenda, are the potential changes to the local cannabis taxation method. And lastly, the odor abatement plan implementation, successes, and challenges presentation will be provided to the board in April. So our recommended actions today are to receive an update on the fiscal year 23-24 cannabis status report, provide direction to staff regarding the county's cannabis program, and to make a CEQA determination. So that concludes our brief report, and Ms. Oderman and I are available for questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
I didn't have a question,
Okay.
sorry. I just had
Supervisor Hartman.
The enforcement piece with the sheriff's office, you said, what, 300 pounds? Is that black market, or is that people who are who have permitting but they're not conforming to their permit conditions?
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. We don't have details, specific details, but generally enforcement is of the illegal, unregulated market. And so that I would have to assume, and unfortunately, the sheriff's office usually has someone on call, but we told them they would be after lunch. So I don't believe that Lieutenant Mittner is on the line. So I don't have details for that those specific actions, but we can get that information to you.
Yeah. Well, we keep hearing that 2/3 or more of the cannabis being sold in our county is black market, and it seems like the amount of cannabis is declining that is involved in enforcement actions. And so I would just like to understand better, what does the Sheriff's Department see in terms of black market and enforcement? What are the patterns? I assume people aren't growing up in the forest as much. Where are they growing? How do we find it? How has it changed over time? Those kinds of questions.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. Thanks for the report. As we'll note in the next item, I'm very still focused on compliance, but this, in terms of compliance, this report was welcome news that all of the operators that are actually operating have filed taxes. And can you just elaborate on that? Are we seeing that continue to be easy thanks to the actions that this board took to tighten up those regulations and make it more of a penalty if you didn't file taxes? Are you seeing, is it easier?
In my short time here, according to the last presentation and this one, yes, I think it's been much easier, and I think people have been very receptive to that.
That's wonderful. I'm glad to hear that it's working so well, and again, applaud the board for taking action to move us in that direction. I did have a question about Senate Bill 833. Do we know locally operators that are taking advantage of this new legislation to allow ground to go fallow? Or just curious, out of curiosity? If not, that's okay. Just curious.
So it's not in effect yet.
Okay.
And so I think that the start date was supposed to be March 1st, but it'll probably be delayed because there are a lot of nuances that I don't think that the DCC has to consider and deliberate on before they're able to roll out the program.
Okay.
And
thank you. That's it.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. Curious about the retail and the holdup on some of those locations. They've been allocated an entitlement or a license for years now, and they're sitting there without, using it. Do they lose it at some point? I mean, because at some point, they might be dragging their feet. What are the triggers on the county level that we may pull that back at some point?
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. There is language in Chapter 50 that requires that they continue to make progress toward getting their land use entitlement and their business license. As of today, we're waiting for a business license application from one applicant, but the rest are in the process, and they continue to make progress. It's very broad in general, the language, and so I don't have a specific trigger, but I would say as long as we are seeing movement and we're in constant communication with planning and development to ensure that that's happening, and we're checking in with the operators, we continue to allow them to remain in the process. We haven't seen any, I would say I haven't seen any significant delays on the side of the applicant or the county for that matter. I mean, there's a lot of back and forth that's happening, but we can continue to monitor. We will continue to monitor, and as needed, we will start sending those letters that say hey, you haven't made progress over this time. We generally look in every quarter to see that something is happening.
And you would say that something's been happening in every quarter for all those licenses, or because some of those have been sitting there for quite some time. I would say languishing, I think, is the right word.
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson. I would say yes, progress is being made, but we can take a closer look. And if there's anyone in particular that you have a concern about, we can definitely get some more details. But it's my understanding that they're making progress through the process. There's tenant improvements. They're getting bids. I think there have been some delays in getting contractors and getting reasonable bids for the work. I've heard from at least one of the operators, and so that caused a delay. But so we'll continue to monitor and closely.
Okay. So I guess that kind of begs the question. Let's say that somebody's not making progress. How's the ordinance work in the sense that would we retire their license? And does that mean that we'd automatically issue another one, or would we maybe just retire in that area because nothing was able to be figured out? It didn't no longer made fiscal sense to have a retail location in that community plan area? I mean, what would be the next step?
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So the way that the process works is, as you may recall, we went through a ranking process. And so if there was more than one applicant in each of those community plan areas, we ranked them based on the scoring process that we went through. And so in as much as there's a second applicant waiting on the wait list, we'd go through the process of, notifying the applicant, or if they withdrew and saying, okay, your application is done, and then we would be required to invite the second ranked operator to apply for a land use entitlement and then go through the process.
Okay. I think most of my questions probably are going to be, well, I'm obviously very interested in the odor issue and some of our conversations we're going to have with that, and that's going to happen, I believe, in April. And I'm really looking forward to having that conversation and really kind of seeing if our strategies to this point are actually working or not. I think that's something that I'm looking forward to that conversation. So I'm going to defer that part till then. And then I think the next question will be about taxes, which I think we'll have on the next item. So I'm good on this so far.
All right. So I want to also piggyback. Bob kind of stole my thunder on it's all right, on the retail. I mean, I'm done as far as waiting around at this point. It's like, I don't know if people are trying to time the market, but these places are supposed to be open for the next, you're opening a business. It's not like you're trying to hit the market. You're not supposed to be trying to time the market. So I'm interested in whatever recommendation that you could bring back in the future of, hey, these were very sought after licenses. There's only a few of them in the county. And if you're not willing, or you don't have the bankroll or whatever the situation is, I don't know what is the holdup, but I'm ready to look at if whoever's got this license isn't able to deliver on it. I want to try to look at whatever tool we need to use that would then move on to the next. So I want to see a progress report of some sort. I don't know if it comes into the third quarter report or how we deal with it, or we want to see it before then, but we need to drill down on these retail licenses and get these places open or move on to the next operator. So, all right, that takes us to public comment. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Williams.
I just want to reinforce your comments. I think it's important. And which one is the one waiting on the business license? So all of them have had a business license submitted except for one.
That's correct. The Los Alamos location is putting together their business license application. Supervisor Williams, once they got their land use entitlement approved. So we don't even allow them to apply until they have a LUE. And so that's where they are in the process. But the others have submitted and are in the process of the business license.
Okay. Madam Clerk, public comment, please.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we do have 3 requests to speak on this item, and if you are a member of the public and have signed up on public comment for departmental item number 5, please log into Zoom now. Otherwise, we will go to Santa Barbara for Patrick Formey. Patrick? And if we can see Santa Barbara on the screens here in Santa Maria. And we can't hear Santa Barbara yet.
Patrick has left.
Ah, thank you very much. We will now go to Zoom for Jack Motter. Jack? And Jack, we have unmuted you. I see you've unmuted yourself now.
Yeah, I was hoping to talk about the tax structure change. Is that the next item?
Yes, that is departmental item number 6. We can move your request to departmental item number 6.
Yeah, please do that. I plan to be there in person as well for that item. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And that concludes all requests for public comment on departmental item number 5.
Okay. Can I get a motion? Okay, we're moving items A through C. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much to staff. Good presentation. And that moves us to closed session. County Council, can we please read the items for consideration today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board's scheduled to meet in closed session on one item of anticipated litigation, significant exposure to civil litigation, and the time estimate, I think including lunch, would be 30 minutes.
Okay, why don't we come back at 12:45? Okay? Yeah. I'd like to reconvene this meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. County Council, can we report out from closed session, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on one item of anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, and the board took no reportable action.
Okay, thank you very much. That takes us to departmental item number 6. Madam Clerk, please read that into the record.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board. Departmental item number 6 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding cannabis taxation options.
Morning,
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Lavanino, members of the board. Brittany Oderman again with Deputy CEO. I'm here to present an item on cannabis taxation options. So I'll just go through an outline of the presentation today. I'm going to start with some background, where we are going to talk about the goals for the potential revision of the tax structure, and these goals were highlighted back in the fall of 2023, and they are important because we need to look at what goals we have for our tax structure or for our program in general to really choose the right tax structure. So we'll go over those goals, and then we look at the current tax structure, our historical tax revenues, and then I discuss various options for a tax structure, including an area tax structure where we tax by square footage potentially, a volume structure where we would tax by product weight, and then our current structure, which is the tax on gross sales receipts. I'll also cover the schedule to develop and place a new tax ordinance on the ballot for 2024 for the general election in November. So last year, almost a year ago, at our budget workshops, the board directed staff to return with options for an alternate tax structure. And we've been looking at this then for nearly a year, but we did come back in the fall with some thoughts and ideas, and we asked for some direction, again, to talk about what were the goals of really looking at this tax structure and whether we wanted to revisit it. And at that time, the board stated goals of creating greater predictability in forecasting our revenues, and that's on our side for county staff as we budget year to year with these additional revenues. Provide some more certainty to the operators as well, so that they know what they're getting into, they know what they're expecting to pay, and they can plan accordingly. Third would be increased transparency, and I think this was reiterated by many board members as a goal really for all of our residents in Santa Barbara County, so people could look at our tax structure and understand how it worked, and with some level of confidence, be able to understand how much each operator is paying based on their operation. And then fourthly, to maximize the revenue without a significant increase to the current tax rates. And that had to do with, as we're exploring other tax structures, not creating a greater undue burden on our operators. So is there a way to translate our gross sales receipts to another option that wouldn't result in potentially a loss, a significant loss in our businesses around the county? So I just want to give you a little bit of background. I know you all have heard this before, but just to set the stage, our current tax structure was approved by the voters in June of 2018. And it is a general tax on all cannabis operations, and we use a gross receipts model of cannabis activities, and it's computed as follows. We tax all 6 of those operations, starting with nursery at 1%, distributor at 1%, manufacturing at 3%, cultivation, which is the crux of the issue we're discussing today, at 4% of gross receipts, retail at 6%, and then microbusiness at 6%. So the county really benefits from times when the market is high, but we've experienced some compliance challenges with this model, and those do persist. And that has to do with several items. I would say one being the varied landscape of cannabis cultivation around our county, right? We have greenhouses and some indoor operations in the south part of our county and large outdoor operations in the north part of the county, and they produce different types of products, and they get processed in different locations. And so that has been a challenge. The pricing varies widely because of that. And the gross receipts model does require that operators self-report their gross receipts. And we, to date, have had some challenges in verifying some of those reports. We are in the process of auditing. I can talk about that a little bit later. But those are just some of the challenges that we've seen with our current structure. I do want to highlight some of our historical tax revenues. So in your board letter, I talk mainly about just Santa Barbara's revenues. But on this slide, which is in your packet and is available to the public, we looked at the top 6 counties that hold the most cultivation licenses in California and their revenues over the last 5 years. A couple of these counties have collected revenues since 1718 for recreational cannabis, and I didn't include that because we weren't collecting in 1718 yet. So this is just for the last 5 years, so through last fiscal year 22-23. And you can see the pattern is similar in every county, right? We know that we saw the market go up significantly at the latter part of 1920 into the beginning of 2021, and then things started to taper off, and then there was a pretty big crash in 21-22, and in 22-23, I'm hearing from the industry and other experts that things are starting to come up and leveling off. We don't anticipate that they're necessarily going to get back to those heyday years, but the market is stabilizing. And so that's one thing to recognize. The other thing is, of all these counties, Santa Barbara is the second top grossing county in tax revenue at 49.5%, or $49.5 million, excuse me, as of the close of 22-23. And in fiscal year 22-23, I was unable to get final verified numbers for Humboldt and Mendocino, but these numbers are from last fall, and so I don't anticipate that they've gone up to the point where they surpassed our revenues. So as of last year, Santa Barbara County was collecting the most tax of any county in the state at $6 million.
Supervisor Nelson has a question.
Yeah, I apologize for interrupting you in the middle of the presentation, but I think it's important while we're on this slide. It seems like, this is some interesting data, but it really should be scaled on a per production. I mean, we produce more than all of them, the rest of them combined, right? So, that it would be nice to see this number in comparison to actual production within our county. So that, or do you have that?
Yeah. Thank you, Supervisor Nelson. I was going to mention that it's true that of all of the counties, we have the most state licenses, and so we can assume, right, the most production. For example, Sonoma County has 1.5 acres of indoor, and in the 10s to 20 to 30 acres of outdoor, as opposed to where we have 70 acres of indoor mixed light and around 300 acres of outdoor that are licensed at the state. So that is true. However, I would say that part of that, I think, and what I heard from these counties when I spoke to them, and you can see under each of the counties' names, I've listed either SF or GR, that's their model. So 3 of the top counties have square foot model, 3 of them have gross receipts. So it's split. When I spoke to them, the counties that have square footage models and gross receipts, in fact, because of the way the market went, saw quite a few operators disappear or leave the market. And in particular with the square footage model, without adjustments, they were, many of those counties were concerned that they were going to lose their businesses altogether. And so I would say, yes, certainly we have a lot more acreage in cultivation. And part of that is because I believe that with the gross receipts model, we were able to maintain some of those businesses, and they were able to grow at a scalable level and not lose everything because they had some kind of tax burden owed. So we can get you that data where we compare with the acreage. I don't have that here today, but I do have it back in my office, and we can put that together. And that is a good point. Thank you.
Well, Brittany, if we're going to look at that,
yeah,
then I also want, as part of that acreage, how many illegal acres are in Mendocino, Humboldt? Because while we have more acreage, legal acreage in grow, I would assume some of these that don't have the enforcement piece that we have considerably more acres than we do. So I think that would be more of the entire picture, but that is a really good point.
Thank you, Chair Lavanino. I can attempt to get some of that information as well.
Good luck.
Okay, so now moving into our options. So option one today that I want to discuss is develop the tax structure for area by square foot. For the next 3 slides, I go into each of these options. I'm just hitting some of the really high-level benefits or challenges, and on each slide you'll see a table to the left and underneath the title. What I tried to do here was objectively review the goals that we stated, those 4 goals, and give staff's take on the ability to attain the goal. And I discussed this in the board letter for each of the options. I just wanted a visual that would be fairly easy to understand. The plus sign is we think that this is certainly would benefit or move toward that goal in a positive way. The plus minus is mostly it will. There are some drawbacks, there's benefits and challenges, and then if there's a minus, we don't think that particular goal is met with the option. So you can see here, develop tax structure for area by square foot. This is the most common method of tax collection for cultivation in California, or it was when everybody was rolling out. It's still, as I showed you, the top 6 counties, 3 of them use gross receipts, 3 of them use square foot. As some counties are continuing to come online, it's again a mixed bag. There's just so many benefits and challenges to all of the options that I'm not sure that it's the most common method being sought after now, but it was at the time when everyone was getting into the game, it was the most common method. It does set different rates based on the license type for cultivation. So that is to say, we have indoor and mixed light is the term they use for greenhouse. Outdoor, and then many counties also tax at the nursery. It's typically adjusted annually using some kind of index. The best index that most of that we're most familiar with is the Consumer Price Index, or CPI. And so there are counties that rely on that, and they've used that, or by board action or some kind of resolution to adjust those taxes. Pretty much in every case, and I believe this is due to legal requirements, the board takes action to, they can lower the tax or they can keep it where it is, but they are not allowed to raise the tax beyond what's listed in the ordinance. And so in many cases there's a max, and so they're looking at adjusting the tax unless then they have the index, which they can use to automatically update. So in this case, we need to define the taxable area. We have the state licensed cultivation areas where each state license has an area attributed to it by square footage or up to an acre for some. There are some challenges with this. you'll see in attachment A where I did some math, and I can bring up the spreadsheet if we want to take a look at that here. We had to assume that they were using the full, or we didn't have to, but we assumed that they were using the full acreage that's allowed in that license. In speaking with operators, that's rarely how this works. Just based on how the land is situated and their premise diagrams, they're often using less than what's permitted under a specific license. So that would need to be verified. And then we also have a taxable area we could use where we could look at the county permitted area, and that's the acreage held in the acreage cap. The challenge with that is that covers a lot more than just the cultivation area. So for taxing cultivation, we'd also be looking at areas of storage and office space and pathways in between, sidewalks, things like that. But it is a permitted to the 10th of an acre, precise area that we could look at. We'd also have to at least discuss and consider inactivity. We mentioned Senate Bill 833 in our prior presentation. This bill was passed in the last legislative session, and the Department of Cannabis Control is working on how to implement it. But what the bill said is the DCC has to allow for operators to take a pause, and upon renewal, they can choose to apply for inactivity on their state licenses. And then they pay a reduced fee. And the benefit for an operator here is that going through the state licensing process, similar to our business license process, is a big process, and it costs money. And so when you go to renewal, it's much simpler. And so if you can put a pause at a renewal and then you wait a year and then, potentially the next year you pick up again, you have that continuity and you don't have to start over. And then also we'd have to consider crop loss due to weather or pests or some other thing out of some other incident out of the operator's control. And so when we looked at square foot rate calculations, we took into account these two different taxable areas. And in your staff report, we included a table just for the county permitted area, but then as an attachment, we showed both. And so just want to bring that up here. Oops, sorry. Going to let me do it? Here we go. There we go. No, I got it. Thank you very much. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. I'm left-handed, and so I got a little messed up. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's take a look at this. So these, and I want to stress here that this is an example, and this is just a place to start. Given the goal of trying to maximize revenue without raising the tax rate, what we did was, with the help of the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, I took the total amount of tax collected in fiscal year 22-23, because again, when we looked at those revenues that went up and down, 22-23, we've heard, okay, the market's coming up a little bit, it's leveled off, so we're going to look at 22-23, and we looked at the total licensed acreage currently under our licensing system. So this is the acreage that's in their land use entitlement. And then we converted that to square footage. So I'm looking here at these rows here, 8 and 10. And so we have the square footage here equivalent of what's licensed right now. Right now in the greenhouse and indoor space, and that's mostly in Carpinteria, we have two indoor operations in North County, is approximately 128 acres, and then an outdoor, we have 652. So we converted that to square footage. 1 acre is equal to 43,560 square feet. And then we divided the total revenue that was brought in 22-23 by the amount of square footage in each of those types of cultivation, okay? So that got us a rate that was paid. for each of the operations. I can't show you the detail of each of the operations. What I'm showing you here is an average. So the average, when we did that for greenhouse and indoor, was 99 cents. I took, and the range was, we had operators paying anywhere from $2.54 a square foot to 15 cents a square foot. The trimmed average that's shown here is I just took out the highest and the lowest for indoor and greenhouse. We almost, I think out of 30 operators, I think 29 had data that that was good to use. One, I think, was claiming 0. And so the trimmed average took out that 0, and then that 254 came out just so we could kind of level the playing field a little bit. In the outdoor space, we had a greater number of operators that were claiming 0 gross receipts and didn't grow. And so we took out all of those zeros and anything that was less than 4 cents a square foot, I think. And so out of 20 operators, we went from 6 cents per square foot on average to a 13 cents per square foot average. So again, this is the licensed acreage that's approved and permitted in their land use entitlement, and it's held in the acreage cap. This is using just the fiscal year 22-23 data. And so I just wanted to give you a sense of what that would look like given where we are today with the current licensed acreage, and we just we multiply that out for the square footage at these rates, and I'm looking at the trimmed average rates. You get a total of about $5.3 million of revenue in the greenhouse indoor space and about 3.7 outdoor. And that's a total of $9 million. Okay. When I spoke about taxable area, I also mentioned that we could use the state licensed areas. And so in this case, our rates are going to go up a little bit because the state licensed areas are smaller than what we have permitted in our county, in our acreage cap. And so I had to, again, estimate the cultivation areas, assuming that it's the maximum for each of their licenses held. So again, we use the same process, the same math. I took out, for the trimmed average, we took out the highs and lows, but you can see the ranges. I mean, using this model, the range in the greenhouse indoor is $7.14 all the way down to 22 cents. And then outdoor, it's 81 cents down to 0. So again, we trimmed that and have a rate of $1.75 and 22 cents. And this then yields about $8.1 million, 2.8 in the outdoor and 5.2.5 in the greenhouse indoor space. Okay, I'm going to pause there and see if there are any questions. I know that's a lot of numbers, math, but I wanted to explain it was a fairly simple method. It's purely an example to give you a sense of what kind of rates we're looking at, what kind of ranges. I do want to point out that in most of the counties where there are square footage tax, the difference between outdoor and greenhouse indoor rates are about 2-to-1 or 3-to-1. They're not this divergent. We're using existing data. So that's where these rates are coming from. And again, I wanted to apply the same formula or the same methodology to both areas. Whether that's how we should do this, if we decide to continue in this way, is up for conversation. We can certainly look at that. That would be something we would look at in more detail.
And Brittany, would you say that's more indicative of maybe North County not? I don't know. What would you how would you characterize that?
I would say, so our ordinance doesn't have any, Chair Lavanino, our ordinance doesn't have any requirement around pricing. And we don't say, we take the operators at their word for what they're reporting, for what they're selling, transferring their product at, right? So I think it's indicative of many of our outdoor operations in the North County growing a product and, flash freezing it or taking fresh plant and shipping it out of our county and then giving us a value that's
considerably lower.
low, right? Because it's not value added. It's not the end product. It's not the resin. It's not the oil. It's not the thing that's going to actually bring in a lot of revenue. So I think that's mostly what it is. We also, because the trimmed average takes out all the zeros, right? And we also had quite a few operators not growing in the last year too.
So this has been a problem since day one of the kind of the loophole there, but I was under the impression that we're close to closing that with some of the new data that we've been discovering.
Thank you, Chair Lavanino. I am under the same impression. The Treasurer Tax Collector's Office continues to work and collect the data. Unfortunately, they couldn't be here today, and so I don't want to speak wholly on their behalf, but I have been working very closely with them, and they are working on collecting enough data for our county just locally and looking at pricing and what's reasonable here, and sending out, and they're also performing those audits, right? And they're not everyone's getting audited, but they have a small subset that's being audited. That's going to help bring in some additional information. And so we hope to get to something that we would consider more reasonable. There are tons of variables, like I said, about the different types of product, how many times outdoor can yield a harvest based on what they're growing, and so there's a lot of variables. But I think we are getting close to something that we would consider a reasonable sort of threshold for pricing that we would expect, and we would say, hey, and we think that we can achieve this through like an administrative sort of adjustment to the ordinance without having to change the ballot by saying, hey, this is a minimum. Here's the floor for what the industry is showing.
Okay. And I have been in discussions with Treasurer Tax Collector, and I know they're in the middle of these audits. And, I really would like to hear from them. I understand that it's not possible today, but this would be, I think they're the third leg of the stool is that the audits is what's going to tell us what's working and what isn't working. So can't wait to hear that information. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. So those are like wide ranges. I mean, they're pretty alarming, right? Because why would somebody purposely pay so much more than somebody else, right? So there's the average might be the right spot, but it could be on the higher end, right? Wouldn't you think that, on all likelihood, that would really represent more like market? Because why would somebody be reporting a number that was so much above market and paying additional taxes? It doesn't seem like that is consistent with human behavior, that they would be falsely just saying that they made more money so they could pay more taxes. So that's really troubling, because there's some businesses that say, hey, if you tax me at X amount, I'm going to go out of business. Meanwhile, they've got a competitor who is being taxed at a much higher rate. And I know that there's the difference between flour and leaf and oil, and that has something to factor in there, but that just seems wildly different, especially that top end at $7 a square foot. I mean, is that just an outlier? Because that just help me understand that a little bit better.
Supervisor Nelson, I do think that is a little bit of an outlier. One thing that is not factored in here either is, for those of you who are familiar, cannabis, I mean, there are strains of cannabis, and all of these companies are doing their own research and development, and I think many of them are interested in discovering different strains that have different value to the consumer. And there are some that are particularly sought after, and so pricing obviously goes way up when you have something that is sought after. And so I don't know for sure if that 714, if that was the case, but like I said, there are a ton of variables, and so I do think I agree with you. We can look at, and I did look at the mean versus, the average. I'm sorry, the median versus like just the average, and it was very similar. So when you take out those outliers, But certainly you could say, yeah, it's toward the top end. I mean, that's something we could consider. I just wanted to give today a range and show it without, divulging the tax information that we can't. I wanted to give you as much of a, big picture as I could.
And one other, as we talk about this too, I think another helpful piece, if we continue this conversation beyond today, would be what's the tax market in other jurisdictions too. I think it'd be helpful for us to see what those other jurisdictions are charging and maybe a justification on why, maybe some footnotes to help us understand why theirs are dramatically different than what we're seeing on the average here.
Thank you, Chair Nelson. In the board letter, attachment B has just 4, I believe, jurisdictions, examples of when they're using the square footage, what they're charging. And so that would be mostly, and I didn't realize this, but I spoke to the treasurer tax collector in Lake County, and I think many of the jurisdictions in the northern part of the state they all kind of said, okay, we're going to go on this together. And so they did the 3-2-1. So they're charging $3 for indoor, $2 for mixed light, and $1 for outdoor per square foot. That was at the beginning. Humboldt County, which is one of our top counties in state licensure for cultivation, was on a moratorium for 2 years. In the current year, 2024, they're going to collect 10% of their 3-2-1 rate, so 30 cents, 20 cents, 10 cents in 2025. That's how they do their model. They say, okay, whatever you did in 2024, we'll collect in 2025. And so they're back up to 30 cents, 20 cents, 10 cents. Lake County went up by a CPI a couple times and then froze the CPI and reduced their rates by 50%. That's reflected in that table. Monterey has adjusted their rates 6 times since 17-18. Just trying to keep up. Initially, they had pretty high rates. People were willing to pay them. There was a big rush, right? The market was good, and now they've come down significantly. So they they were at the high of $15. They're down to $2.13 for indoor. And then in Sonoma County, they have that $12.50 indoor. They only have an acre and a half of indoor cultivation. And so in some cases, and that acre and a half is not one operation. In some cases, the goal of a lot of these counties is to preserve the smaller local farms. Smaller farms, a lot of them happen to be local in the northern part of the state because they have such a history of cannabis cultivation. But their goal, if you go back and you talk to staff, and if you look at what the board members were talking about when they were creating their tax structure, they were really trying to preserve some of the smaller farms. And so that's what some of these rates reflect too. So that was included as attachment B. So you can see some of the comparisons.
So right now our competitors are at 30, 20, and 10. I mean, not competitors, but other counties per square foot. Yeah.
One of the competitors, yeah. Monterey is still, Monterey
is at 213.
Yeah, 213 for
down
indoor.
From 15.
And then they have mixed light, down from 15. That's
all right.
Correct.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I mean, I've been intrigued by this. Not necessarily as the greatest method of taxation, but as an accountable method, because I'm disturbed by what I think is going on, and I think I talked about a little bit about this last time, was you have people who don't have their manufacturing operations in the county, so they're selling it either to themselves outside of the county or to somebody else outside of the county. And then in other cases, you have a different set of ones who are selling it to themselves for drying or whatever inside the county. And so I think you may have some things that it is maybe unclear of whether it is forbidden or not, especially when you're selling it to yourself. But it is definitely a way to sidestep the taxation. and we need to do something about that. So I guess I haven't been hot on the idea of square footage, but if it's the only way where we can make sure that people are all paying it, then I'm more open to it. I just, I do want to say that the ratio there seems maybe not functional, right? That we would generally, the purpose of a public policy is to reward virtue and punish vice. I don't think we should be setting a taxation level based on where we think people are sidestepping the revenue the most. So I guess, if it was more equitable between those numbers, then I guess I would be open to it.
Supervisor Hartman.
I'm just going to suggest something else that might make this even more complicated, but for our county concessions, for example, at Halama, I think we have, it's percentage rent. So there's a base rent, and then we share in the gross receipts. And that might be something to think about in light of cannabis, that we have a square footage that's the bare minimum and that everybody has to pay. And then we would share in gross receipts, and they pay whichever is more. Then everybody has to pay something for their place in the cap, for example, if we, and it seems that it would, we still have to figure out what rate, and that gets tricky, but I think the structure of going on square footage, a minimum, and then by gross receipts, it has some benefits for us that we can share in the good times. We know that we're going to get at least a base amount, and I think it has some benefits of flexibility for the growers as well. And I'm thinking of this mainly in terms of cultivation.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I was just kind of curious if we continue to evaluate this, to maybe pull apart those that are not selling outside our jurisdiction, where they're doing the whole vertical process in the county, because that might be the more true number of really selling it to yourself at market, because you're going to hit all those taxation thresholds that all along that process. You don't have what I've learned is called a burner district, where you send it off to somewhere else to realize those gains, because you're hitting it all throughout our entire tax structure. So that might be something that we continue to look at, of maybe some really true understanding of the pricing is somebody who's has a vertical integration throughout our county. Just an idea.
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson. I do, one of the benefits of the work that the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office has been doing is, as you can imagine, as they're going through and working on compliance, they are having detailed conversations with each of the operations about exactly what they're growing, where it goes, how, and then, and the justification for what they're claiming on their forms. And so I think we could get into that if we needed to, if that's the direction we received today.
Supervisor Capps has one more question on this, and then let's.
Yeah, that prompted a question that I had. Thank you for referencing the Treasurer Tax Collector, and I know you don't work in that department, but I am curious. One of my goals is to reduce the amount of staff time that it takes to administer this program, including the taxation. And so have you looked at it through that prism, and could you speak to that when you're looking at the options? I mean, when you held up that slide of impressive revenue numbers for Santa Barbara County, which I know was the goal and was impressive for sure, but it doesn't take into account how much money the program has administered. And so I'm looking for something that's more straightforward and less, time intensive for staff. And I was hoping you could speak to that in terms of the options.
Thank you, Supervisor Capps. Certainly I can talk a little bit about that. So I want to just quickly, before we move off of option one, go back to the chart and just say, so for predictability of revenues on the square footage tax, it's a plus minus, because we think that if we set rates and we send out bills, we can't assume that we're going to get 100% of those payments. And so so eventually into the future, once, if this is the direction we go and everyone is sort of adjusted, it may become more predictable. But initially, I think there would be some challenges with the predictability of our revenues. The plus is certainty for operators. I mean, it would be, we'd set out the rate. We'd say this is how and when you're going to pay it, and this is exactly how much you're going to pay. You'd send out a bill. There isn't a lot of the holes in that. As far as transparency, the minus just indicates that we still would have to verify, unless we go with the county permitted acreage, which is, just straight whatever's in their land use entitlement. We would have to verify the cultivation areas. We'd have to work with, we'd have to look at the state licensure. We'd have to go out and do some field verification. And so on that end, there would be some additional work. And then maximizing revenue without significant increase. As we saw, those ranges are so great. There are operators who would, just using those examples, half the operators are going to pay more than they paid last year if we went with those rates, and they, stayed in their current model, and half would pay less. So it's a little bit of a mixture there. And then for staff time, if we need to switch to a new model, there's going to be just some initial time to adjust to that. I've gotten indications from the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. The square footage tax, they would, depending on how we are going to calculate that, you'd put that together, you'd send out a bill. I think the staff time and resources really are on the side of collecting the tax, and then what do you do when someone isn't paying the tax, and that process of going through. We've seen this with the operators that we put that deadline on, that were legal non-conforming. They didn't have their business license in the North County. We said, hey, you got to stop operating. We have a couple that still owe taxes technically from when they were operating before, and so we've gone through. I mean, we were moving forward with putting liens on the property. There has to be an appeal process for all of this, and so that can be very labor intensive. And so if we want to pursue all of that, that's just that could be. But I think without that, just administering a square footage tax once you get it set up and sending out the bills, I think would be fairly straightforward.
Who pays for that staff time?
Currently, the treasurer, tax collectors, staff that are funded, that work solely on cannabis compliance, are funded with cannabis tax revenues in the treasurer, tax collector's office.
Okay.
Many of our other staff are funded with fees, right? We get, but in the treasurer, tax collector's office, that's revenue. Okay, if there aren't any more questions on the square footage, I'm going to move on to option 2, I think. Let me there we go. So option 2 is, again, to develop a tax structure by weight of cannabis product. So as I mentioned, this would set different rates based on the type of product versus the cultivation style. So in this case, it would be, at least in the example that we've seen, flower, leaves, and then fresh cannabis plant. Flower being the highest value, and the fresh cannabis plant being the lowest. This is a proportional tax structure, so similar to gross receipts. Operators would pay on product produced and transferred for sale. And so, when the market is high, we would benefit from that. Again, it could be adjusted annually using the consumer price index or by board action, similar to the square footage. It does continue to rely on operator inputs and self-reporting. There's an added value that this data is input into the state's track and trace system called Metric. The operators are required to put that in there, but those inputs are self-input and they're not verified. And this is where our CCA, the California Cannabis Authority platform that we utilize, comes in handy, because that data, when we look at it, they use standards throughout the industry, and they flag when weights look low or high, for that matter. But they flag that, and so we've been looking at that. And so even though they're not verified, there is some checking. We do have some insight into that. But again, we're relying on data that's self-reported. So under the goals, the predictability of revenues, I think this one would be just, we have some data of historically what's been going on, but we haven't really been collecting that. I mean, that's not what we've really been looking at, right? We've been looking at the gross receipts, and we've been looking at product. I mean, certainly we've been considering it to come up with our pricing indices, but I would say that that's at this point a minus for us. The certainty for operators, the operators that are out there, they're in tune with their operations. They know what they're, yielding. We think that there could be some benefit for them. They would know to some extent how much, and it's a model that they're familiar with, that the state used in the past. Increased transparency. Again, because we have insights into that data, I think there'd be some, but to the average person, you can't look at a field of cannabis and necessarily understand how much weight is being produced versus, maybe the area. So that's a plus minus. And then again, maximizing revenue without significant increase. I think we could come up with some pricing data, but it's hard to tell if how we would get there. And so really this just reflects that this model is the least utilized. It's for our staff too, when we're looking at it, it's just the least well-known. There's one county in California that's using this model. They just rolled it out in the last couple years. It's Trinity County. We've talked to them. They couldn't tell us how it's going. They're like, it's too early to tell if it's really working. Their pricing structure, we asked how they came up with their pricing. They said they sat down with their operators and they developed the pricing structure with their industry. And I think that's probably a reflection of the fact that they tried to do a square foot model and it didn't pass on the ballot. And that was probably because they have a strong operator alliance that, came out against it. And so, we don't have any more information, really. We have their ordinance, we have their tax reporting sheet. There has some promise to it, but that's, as far as like being able to assess whether it's going to meet our goals, it was tricky. And then finally, I just want to go back to and revisit what our current tax method is, which is the gross sales receipts. Similar to the weight tax, it is proportional, so it's linked to the revenue generated by the cultivator, and so in that way, it's a progressive tax structure. It doesn't require rate adjustments to account for market fluctuations because it's just set at 4% of whatever you make, and so if you make zero, that's zero. I mentioned earlier on in my presentation that there are some compliance challenges and they do persist, but our first round of audit findings are expected this year. Again, we're doing a lot of work around that, and so we hope that we'll be able to address a lot of those issues. And related to that, we have a substantial amount of data to inform pricing for the compliance reviews over the last now 5 years that the program's been going. And there's a potential to minimize any loss of operators or the attrition during market lulls. And that's something I mentioned before about the predictability with the square footage tax, for example, or even the weight tax. When you have this gross receipts tax, some of these operators can sort of wait out these market lulls and come back when the market picks up a bit. So that's reflected in the chart there as far as ability to attain the goals. We think that there's going to be more predictability as we move forward, but it's still not the predictability that we might see from something that's a straight square footage tax. The certainty for the operators, the plus is that they're used to this model now in our county. They know what to expect. Although, with this new pricing data, we will be coming out and challenging some of these the reporting, and so there's going to be a little bit of plus and minus there. This is the one, I think, our current model, the biggest concern I hear from the board and from the public is that the transparency is lacking. Again, it's hard to look at an operation and know how much money, how much gross sales receipts they're producing. And so there's just really not a lot of transparency there. And then maximizing revenue without significant increase is a plus, just given that it's our current model, it would just be sort of a wash there. And so that concludes the overview of the three options. I just want to summarize that as we were looking into this and we were talking to different counties and different operations, and Supervisor Capps was kind enough to set up a meeting with someone at the Brookings Institute who studied cannabis taxes throughout the country. What everyone was saying is the best way to really establish your tax structure and to review it is to consider your goals. And so that's really what this presentation was meant to do, was to look at the goals that were stated last fall. The program has evolved, the goals may have changed, and if that's the case, then we should talk about that, and we can, staff can review what those new goals, or if the goals are slightly changed, might be, and they may differ from what's important today, on March 12th, 2024. Each option has its benefits and challenges, and I think I outlined those as I went through each of those slides. There are ways that we can benefit from some of these options when the market's good. We're having challenges with compliance. It's a mixed bag, and so this fourth bullet kind of just reiterates that as we talk to other taxing jurisdictions, everyone's like, there's no right way. We can tell you that there's lessons learned. And so we've talked to a lot of jurisdictions. I think whichever structure we use, we can certainly incorporate best practices from all these others and our own experience to move forward to ensure that we're meeting the goals of our program. Real quick, I just want to run through potential November 2024 ballot measures. So these dates are estimated based on past years. I don't have final dates from the elections office, but changing the tax structure does require a ballot measure that would go on the potentially the general ballot in November 2024. 4/5 vote required by your board to place an ordinance on the ballot. Our current tax is a general tax that we use for general county purposes, and so that would, if we continue that only needs a simple majority of Santa Barbara County unincorporated voters to approve for passage. The difference being, if we decided we wanted to dedicate cannabis taxes for a special use, we would need 2/3 voters to pass that. But in this case, general tax, just a simple majority. So their tentative schedule would be to take your direction today, and then on May 7th, really dial that in and approve the option and the details around the tax structure that we want to move forward with. We would come back on that May 7th date. By June 18th, we'd have a first reading of the actual language in the ordinance. We need to have a second reading of that language. It has to be final for that second reading on July 9th. And again, the 4/5 vote would be required at that time. So our recommended actions today were to consider all of these options, just take a really good look at them, provide any other direction to staff on those taxation methods, such as the option that Supervisor Hartman brought up with a hybrid option, provide us direction if we want to move forward to create something in the documents for the November 2024 general election, and then of course the secret determination. So that concludes my presentation. Obviously, I'm here for questions. I think we do have quite a bit of public comment as well. So,
yeah, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Labanino. going back to the weight, the gross weight tax. So right now that's being tracked at the state level through metrics, right?
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson. That's correct. It's being reported into metric.
Okay. And that was really important early on in the process because at that point the state was taxing based on that, but they no longer tax based on that.
That's correct. The cultivation tax is no longer.
They still track that number.
Correct.
Is there any movement for them to stop tracking that in the future? Is there any governmental purpose for them to continue to track? I want to understand that, because if we did move to something that was verified through the state process, it'd be really important for us to have some reliability on that measuring tool.
Yeah.
And so, one of the things that I'm very attracted to in this whole entire process is relying on the state, who's already
screwed us.
That
was the whole reason we went to this one, was because the state was going to give us the numbers for metric that was going to tell us what the gross receipts were.
Sure.
And now that's why we're all saying, oh, there's no transparency, because the state didn't do what they said they were
didn't do it, but they have been doing. They didn't do the gross receipt part, but they did do the metric, the weight part, right?
Yeah. I've got other
that
issues with weight.
consistently the whole entire time.
CEO Miyasato.
Listen, I wanted to.
Hold on. I'm sorry, CEO. I'm going to finish with what Bob. I started with Bob. We'll go with Bob. Okay. And then I'll let you come.
So that is the one thing they've been consistent at, was really tracking the weight from the very beginning through this. And so I've actually been, wrestling with this too, because I've been trying to satisfy these various goals that don't make us, necessarily a default partner. Really kind of maybe the excise tax model, which is really what a weight tax potentially would present. And, some of the numbers that Trinity County have is basically about 1/10 of what the state tax was. And so I would really be curious to have us go back and look at our metrics data for the last few years. And if we would have been doing 1/10 of what the state was charging, or what Trinity County's looking at, what would those numbers be? Because, a lot of these cannabis businesses popped up under that environment. Obviously, it was too onerous, and a lot of them went out of business over that. But would 10% be enough to put you out of business? I don't know. And that's one of the things that I like to eventually hear from industry on as well. I think with square footage, there's still the ability to game things, right? I mean, there's double stacking. There's other, there's different turns in a year. Even outdoor. Are you doing flower? Are you doing leaf? Are you doing oil? The poundage by product type sounds, to me, potentially the most transparent and simplest way. So I'm very interested in continuing to get some more information on that moving forward.
CEO Miyasato.
I just wanted Brittany to answer I think the first question you had, Supervisor Nelson, because on the poundage of the weight, I just wanted to have her clarify that information that's in metric at the state, it's self-reported by the cultivators. Is that correct?
Thank you, CEO Miyasato. That's correct. They are required to have a scale, right? And our Ag Commissioner's Office verifies that it's, our weights and measures group is certified, the scale's certified. And I don't have any indication that the state will take away the need for that data. I mean, as far as I know, that will continue to be a requirement to input into metric, but it is self-reported. I mean, nobody is there watching every single weight, every single package, and we see in the CCA platform, we see flags where because some of it's user error too. It gets input into metric, there's a math error. Metric doesn't even flag for them if it doesn't add up. So if they have a wet weight, they say this is how much went to waste because they trimmed it or whatever, and then now here's the packaged weight. It doesn't even flag for them when the math doesn't add up. So so there's a lot of
Thank you. I understand what Supervisor Nelson is asking. I think it's reasonable, but I just wanted to make sure people knew that is also self-reported.
And just to finish that off, is all that does is take off another dimension, which we do, because right now we rely on that too. We rely on that and a market cost that we're also relying on. So we're actually asking now, we rely on two pieces of self-reporting data, right? How much you're producing and what you're selling it for. weight would just actually rely on one piece of self-reported data.
Two. The second one, which would be so huge, would be, what is it you're weighing? Because you're going to have it.
Okay, so
because
from 3 to 2.
you're taxing all different types at all different levels. Everybody's going to report, I had 200,000 pounds of trim and I had no flour. You know, I mean, yeah, that would be another difficult one. I think what we're realizing is, while everybody liked to cast stones at the way this was originally derived, there is no perfect system. And we'll go to the public and see if somebody has a better idea. We have how many requests to speak?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we currently have 12 requests to speak from the public on this item. We are going to begin on Zoom with Jared Ficker, to be followed by David Van Wingerden.
And we're closing the roll for public comment at this time.
Great, thank you. And if you are a member of the public and you have signed up to speak on departmental item number 6, please log in now to do so. We will now go to Jared.
Hi, Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'll just keep my comments brief. Jared Ficker with Axiom Advisors. I'm working with both North and South County operators. Very good presentation, and I appreciate all the hard work that was put into analyzing all these different options. I think generally, as I've testified previously, I think the concept of moving to a square footage tax is very attractive in many ways. I think getting at the actual rate and how it applies to what square footage is super important and needs further discussion. Generally, I think most of my clients are supportive of ongoing discussions related to square footage. However, we would certainly emphasize that the importance of applying that to more the cultivation square footage that's licensed at the state, and that's fairly easy to calculate because you just simply take the license type and max the square footage, and you could use that amount. I don't think it would require any field verification because you just do what's at the state licensing. Anyway, I would encourage ongoing discussions, but I think if we were to move from a gross receipts, that's the most viable option to kind of consider further, with the caveat that I think we really need to, continue to work together and try and understand what is the right rate, and certainly from our perspective, apply it to the state licensed acreage only. Appreciate your comments and discourse on this, and we'll certainly participate in any ongoing discussions. Thank you.
We will now go to David Van Wingerden, to be followed by Amy Steinfeld. David? David, I see you're unmuted, but we do not hear you. Perhaps you're having issues with your microphone. You are unmuted, but we cannot hear you. We will return to David. If you, oh, there you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
All right, technical difficulty. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Chair Lavanino and supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity today to be able to speak. I am David Van Wingerden, co-owner and operator of Farm Lane in Carpinteria. Many of you know who we are, but for those who don't, we are a self-funded family farm that my parents started over 50 years ago. And now my wife, Cindy, and I are carrying on that family tradition. Over the years, our farm has met and overcome many challenges, and today we are faced with yet another potential challenge, tax reform. The newly proposed square footage structure would increase our costs by over $100,000 per year based on the numbers that are being proposed. This change comes in an extremely inopportune time. While it seems the cannabis market is on the rebound, we still have a ways to go. This kind of increase in operating costs will make an extreme impact on our business. The 4% structure works because the 4% structure works because it brings the county great tax revenue, and the cost burden on our company trends with the market fluctuations, allowing us to meet tax payment deadlines. A square foot tax would likely cripple our ability to make those payments in the winter when yields and revenue are at their lowest. Please work with Please work with our industry and help our companies thrive so that as the market recovers, the operators and the county benefit from the increasing market trends. For these reasons, we feel it is premature to modify the tax structure. Thanks for your time.
We will now go to Amy Steinfeld to be followed by Chris Bellamy. Amy?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, honorable supervisors. My name is Amy Steinfeld, and I'm a local land use attorney who represents cultivators both in North and South County. My clients have invested millions of dollars in obtaining land use permits to cultivate cannabis, and they've worked diligently for many years with county staff and numerous regulatory agencies to ensure compliant operations. I'm here to ask the county to continue to push for tax compliance, such as auditing operators within the county and reviewing the data that was referenced in the staff presentation, instead of changing the local tax rules. We urge the county to maintain the existing tax structure, which cultivators have based their business models on. The industry needs certainty, and if the tax structure is changed at the 11th hour, it will adversely impact these already struggling businesses. Now is not the time for the county to change taxation from a progressive system to a regressive system, as that will eliminate the industry and all of the associated high-income jobs in safe cannabis. We ask you to please maintain the existing 4% tax structure on gross receipts, which provides these businesses with certainty and allows cultivators to account for market fluctuations in the price of cannabis. The gross receipts methodology is working, and the county should see an increase in revenue later this year as prices recover. In contrast, we are concerned that a square footage tax does not account for price fluctuations and will unfairly punish cultivators, especially those who may only grow one crop per year and produce raw product for biomass. There's a reason why some counties have reduced their cannabis taxes or abandoned their square footage cannabis tax after losing many of their cannabis licensees. Let's not make the same mistake. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Chris Bellamy to be followed by Mike Palmer. Chris? And Chris, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end.
Hi, this is actually Bryce Nichter speaking on behalf of Chris Bellamy.
I'm sorry, can you please restate your name?
Yes, this is Bryce Nichter speaking on behalf of Chris Bellamy.
Oh.
We can either put him down to the bottom of the line. So what's the relationship?
We are business partners on his farm. He just entered his name into comment, and I'll be giving comment today.
It's up to Rachel. Hold on just a moment, sir. Yeah, I'm sorry, with public okay, go ahead, Rachel.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, it sounds like he wants to speak on behalf of himself, so I think we just need the record to reflect that.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm speaking in opposition to the per square foot taxation. It has become imperative in the low prices that were existing, particularly in outdoor farming, that the taxation should be elastic to the success of the farm. We're finding that we would have to farm multiple harvests in our outdoor farms to be able to keep up with that amount of taxation that would be placed on and that burden on top of us, which could propose a bigger nuisance to neighbors. Right now, we're trying to be good stewards, and we'd like to continue to doing so. Also, it does not allow us to keep our fields, certain portions of our fields, fallow at different times, which encourages fertility and other farming practices. Growing outdoors right now, the margins, the majority of the product that comes out of that field goes into manufacturing supply. We are not able to persist in the revenues and the margins that greenhouse and other indoor growers are able to exist. And for this reason, it really does not make sense for us to be taxed on a square foot basis because it is not linear to the amount of revenue that we're pulling in. Do want to make comment early on about self-reported weight and how it's not verified. It is in fact verified, as it would be putting our license out of compliance and the downstream license that is receiving that product. It would also be putting their license in risk as well. And it is tracked and checked on both ends throughout the entire supply chain. And for this reason, we would like to just stay exactly how it is. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
We will now go to Mike Palmer, and then we will go to Santa Barbara for Capono Curry. Mike?
Yes, Mike Palmer, grower down in Carpinteria in the greenhouses here. Hey, Chair Lavanino and board, thanks for having us on. I wanted to clarify one thing with the square footage numbers that are out of the range, up in those like 250 whatever number per square foot. I believe the reason being is cultivation licenses processing licenses are also considered cultivation licenses. So we, for example, will transfer many acres of product to one of our 2 processing licenses that hold a couple acres, and then those transactions happen from those licenses. So it multiplies the acreage calculation of the product being sold out of those 2 licenses. So I believe that's why the square footage numbers are inflated with some of the operators, because they consolidate their acreage within 1 or more licenses that also hold acreage. But I think the math is considered, that small amount of acreage to be covering a larger amount of acreage. So staff can help clarify. We actually give a breakdown on ours and where it's coming from, but I'm not sure if that math was used. So, but the biggest point here, I guess, is the self-reporting issue. The outdoor operators, they produce a quarter to the equivalent production that we do out of our greenhouses, depending on how many crops they do and what their style of growing is. And unfortunately, Carpinteria is always paid around 80 to 90% of the taxes in Santa Barbara County, and it has less than 1/5 of the licensed acreage, and I think at one time it was over 10 times as much acreage in North County. So although I do agree that we should research this more and figure out something that potentially makes sense, it is kind of unfair playing field for those that are self-reporting, basically self-dealing to themselves out of the county. If you sell all of your pounds to your license out of the county for $1 and pay 4% tax on that, then it creates an unfair playing field for the rest of the operators in town. So I do understand it's a complicated issue, and some growers are just growing straight for biomass, fresh frozen, and that's when they're done with it, and that's what they sell it for. But that should be sold for cost of goods at least to pay a tax on. Otherwise, you wouldn't continue to be in business. But also on the note of finding a standardized index price for product, that's virtually impossible because of the different grades, the different seasonality, supply and demand, price compression, all of those different factors. So
Thank you, Mike.
I do
That is
think
your time.
Yep, thank you.
We will now go to Santa Barbara with Capono Curry, to be followed by Patrick Formey. Capono Curry.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Wonderful.
Oh, now we can't.
Tell them to raise the thing up.
And can you test it?
Oh, she turned it off.
Oh, now it's
Times.
off.
Okay,
Keeps
sorry.
getting hit.
Learning the equipment.
Alrighty, and you can
there's a
also
button right
raise the
here.
podium.
Sorry, technical review. Okay, let's get to the action. Hi everybody, my name is Capono. Like many of the people you've spoken to today, we work with cultivators, North County, South County, throughout the state. I'd like to thank all the staff very much for all the hard work they've put together to identify how these changes would impact and how they stack up in regards to the status quo. They have a really hard job. It's really hard to compare a pound of flour coming out of an oil field versus a pound of flour coming out of a greenhouse versus a pound of flour coming out of an indoor operation. Looking over the staff report, one of the things that stood out to me is nearly a 5x increase in taxes per page 6 of the CEO's report. A lot of the farms that are up north, nearly a quarter of them are under 10 acres. They aren't the giant farms you're thinking of. And there's a couple things to be considered that I don't think have been brought to light yet. One of which being that a lot of the people up north have to ship their product wet. They don't have drying facilities or processing facilities on site, and so that requires them to ship it out, and we run headfirst into the issue of apportionment, which is how much revenue is due to this county versus that county due to activities. 1,000 grams of wet whole plant cannabis becomes 237 grams of sellable material if you let them dry it and process it. You're looking at way more than a 10x increase in what it's worth and more than an 8x trip reduction. One of the other challenges that we've encountered quite a bit working with our clients and working with the people at Treasurer Tax Collector who work very hard is there's this tricky little thing in Chapter 50 where it's based on gross receipts or reported value from the operator. It's a real challenge considering there's no established commodities market, such as the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, where we can accurately say what a wet pound is worth, what a dry pound is worth. And the audit data that they're going to get this year will help move them in that direction. One small thing you could do that would really help the staff at Treasurer Tax Collector is instead of going with stated value, we could look to the International Financial Reporting Standards Foundation, International Accounting Standard number 41, agriculture, where they talk about how you value a crop. It's defined in paragraph 10. And they also handle the issue of dealing with a crop where you are unable to measure fair value reliably, in which they say the presumption can only be rebutted on initial recognition for a biological asset for which quoted market prices are not available and alternative fair value measurements are determined to be clearly unreliable. In such a case, the biological asset shall be measured at its cost less any accumulated depreciation and any accumulated impairment losses. Instead of putting something on the ballot, creating a new burden for staff.
That is your time.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We will now go to Patrick Formey, and then we will return to Santa Maria with Jack Motter. Patrick?
Out in a minute. Morning, afternoon. DOS, we're old friends. Worked in the Ordinance Committee back in the day with Lena Schneider and Marty Blum. Worked on ordinances back in the day, and of course, Steve, we know each other. Long story short, I'm sort of here to talk about the elephant in the room, which is like, basically, you're in the pot business, and basically you're Al Capone, and these guys are running your numbers, and basically that's just the way it is. Steve looked at these other counties as competitors, which it's true, and that's the way to look at it, but it's not about grabbing the revenue, it's about being righteous. And Doss says rewarding the virtuous. Now let's talk about virtue and Graham Farrar and his partner. His partner is ex-Torrance cop. On his Wikipedia, it's a vulture capitalist. Who on their Wikipedia leaves the word vulture there? This guy's proud of it. Graham came, ask yourself why there's only 2 medical permits in town and not the 3rd. The one that's supposed to be the medical one, the one with the nurses, the ones that gives away the herb at the end of the year to the women, that one is gone. Why? Because Graham and his partner came in and fucked over everybody, screwed up Joe Allen. I had to go then disbar Joe Allen, talk to the city attorney. I said, look what's going on. Joe Allen with the guy in Milpas is getting $400,000 from people from Ojai, put it in Milpas accounts. Joe Allen siphons 50 grand. I got a call from Thomas at Raw Garden. Joe Allen's trying to sell my permit for 100 grand. So I call in I call in Graham. and his scumbag attorney to meet with me at Canaloa's, and they're basically switched up my application's license, complete contract with the landlord, and switched it up, try to play hammerhead. They already have a Mission Street dispensary for recreational, and Graham's not happy. He has to go into the medical side, and he wipes me out. That's why there's only 2. And who are the 2? A Lebanese guy that has a tobacco store, that's the one medical, and some scumbag from Los Angeles comes up and rips people off, and that's who's sitting there. I go into playing this city attorney, and ours gets wiped out. We wipe out Joe Allen, but the guy on Milpas is still there, and Graham is still there. And Graham is selling pot everywhere. As you know, there's a big lawsuit going on because the metrics say that he's the biggest black marketeer around. Everybody and my brother, everybody gets calls to grab the weed. He's so brazen. I can't believe he's still here. Partner? In what? Partners in what? Your revenue for the county. Shame. I know everybody. Caps, your father was a big mentor to me. Doss, we've worked in the ordinance committee at their origin. I went to Lockyer to get stuff for the ordinance committee. And who was our opponent? Steve Wiley, the city attorney, right? So the virtuous thing to do, you take those permits that belong to Graham and the other guys that are playing this thing as a long SPAC money grab so they can go and take the yachts, and you sit down there. And the waves that go up and down, people got hurt, little guys in Santa Maria and everywhere else, well, they need to get those permits back. And your job is to correct it. And to look at things because there's a federal suit coming down from the feds, and all this stuff's coming down on you, major lawsuits are coming in, and you look like fools because you haven't addressed this issue.
Thank you, Patrick. That is your time.
Well, I know, and it's your time too to act. Thank you, guys.
We will now return to Santa Maria with Jack Motter to be followed by Micah Anderson. Jack?
Hello, supervisors, staff. My name is Jack Motter. I want to kind of keep this simple and echo a lot of what I hear my other colleagues saying. But ultimately, first off, thank you, staff, for all the hard work on this. That was a pretty good presentation. Definitely dove deep on all the different ways this could go with some good data. You know, cannabis has been a challenging road over the last 6 years for many different reasons. But the industry is finally starting to see some stability, especially after some real rough years. And another kind of change in goalposts and everything just makes it that much more challenging. Really want to kind of echo what I heard Steve say at the end there. It's like there is no perfect, transparent, tax structure that's going to solve all these issues. And the gross receipts one does have a lot of advantages. It's what we all planned for, and it seems to be working. A square foot one I know would be really challenging to come up with, and especially on like the scaled side of the outdoor stuff that I'm involved in, it would be really hard and probably put a lot of people out of business. So ultimately, I urge you to not change anything, give this all a little bit more time, and keep the opportunity alive. Thank you.
We will now go to Micah Anderson to be followed by Todd Mayle. Micah?
Good afternoon. My name is Micah Anderson. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Leaf. We're a permit holder in Cuyama. We're moving into cultivation. It's new for us. I've been in the industry for quite some time, since the inception of Prop 215. Started the company in 2000. It's like dog years now at this point. 2015, rolling into Prop 64. So I feel like I've seen all sides of the industry, the ebbs and flows, the good, the bad, the ugly, all of it. Leaf at its core, we're a manufacturing company. We have a manufacturing facility up in Northern California in a little town called Willits in Mendocino. We've been operating that business for about 5 years now. We're one of the larger manufacturing companies in the state with an emphasis on extraction. So we have been coming down to Santa Barbara for quite some time, buying a lot of material here and then bringing it back to our location because we're not able to source the material that we need, the amount of material that we need in Northern California. So we've been coming down here for a long time. We're about 3.5 years into the LUP process. And just, I don't know where I'm at on time, but to kind of jump into
2
it.
2 minutes. You're still good.
Okay, thank you. you know, we've invested a significant amount of money into Santa Barbara thus far. We're about $1 million into the LUP process. We're marching through the business license process. We bought a piece of property. We're 100% committed to being successful here in Santa Barbara. My recommendation is to don't change anything when it comes to the tax structure. I understand the position you guys are in. I feel for both local legislators, the industry, all of it. I won't digress onto the mistakes I feel that the state made structuring the laws that they did, but that's a different conversation. So I want to just quickly touch on just a couple things, just because I do think this is super important for the conversation. Mike Palmer made some good points, and I agree with what he said. And the thing that he kind of touched on, and I agree with, is that there's different business models, even though we're in the same industry, right? You have certain guys that are doing mixed light. They're selling a product that's worth a lot more money than something that the next guy is. Our business model, we're literally grinding up the entire field, turning it into oil, different types of extracts. So it's got different monetary values that need to be taken into account when you're talking about taxing a certain crop. So applying something apples to apples on different business models, you'll have one group that succeeds and one group that fails. So it's just something that I hope that you guys take into consideration as you guys are thinking through this. So anyways, thank you very much.
And we will now go to Todd Mayle, who is our final speaker on this item. Todd?
Oh, I get to end the show, huh?
The closer out of the bullpen.
Oh.
Here we go.
Thank you, Chair Lavanino, Board of Supervisors, Brittany and team. Exhaustive job you've done, really. So my name is Todd Mayle. I'm owner of the farming company, consulting company that works with companies like Micah and Leaf. And this is my 8th project in the county. So I've kind of lived this together with you guys. Very difficult job you have. Totally get that. I just want to bring some things to light that maybe people aren't thinking about with this industry. Yes, as Micah said, they've spent over $1 million to get a land use permit. Let that sink in. $1 million. Does that sound right to you? I don't know what the answer is, but it seems a little crazy to me. Over $4 million to build this project out to be able to cultivate this year. We're on track. Some of you have been to the ranch. It's an amazing place. John Park so eloquently said, why don't you go out to Cuyama? So we did. So we're there. The tax thing is important and having a structure that works for the county, but take into account all the other money that's spent. The millions and millions of dollars in jobs and the money we're pouring into the beautiful Santa Barbara County, the fencing, the security cameras, the land prep, all of that. I just implore you to keep this tax rate the same for now. I think it's premature to go to a square foot. I understand why you're trying to, but I think it's premature. I think we need to let the industry grow up a little bit more, no pun intended, but mature a bit. I kind of like your idea, John, but really low base. Thank you very much.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
All right. So let's bring it back to the board. I almost feel like it's almost like a hearing. So I don't know. I'm going to just ask Brittany real quick. Is there anything that popped out to you that you wanted to address, or do you want to save that and come back to it?
Oh, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I'm
Okay.
I'm good.
Nope. Supervisor Williams.
Oh, on the adventurous one here?
Your microphone was on, so
well,
you self-reported.
I self-reported. Well, look, I continue to believe that the most fair taxation methods usually are elastic percentage, but that doesn't work if people are selling to themselves at low values. And so if people want to keep the current taxation level, they better start reporting numbers that bear some semblance to reality, because I just can't allow a situation to continue where some people are trying to be virtuous and pay their full taxation level, and some people are trying to sidestep it. because there are other considerations, though, that is important. The jobs and prosperity is important to me, but even more important is the chance to hurt the black market, to reward virtue and punish vice, and the opportunity for the public to have public benefits that come from revenue. And so it is our duty to protect the revenue source and to protect the public's interest in this. And I still would, I guess, rather have a taxation method that was percentage-based, but that was somehow accountable. But if that's not possible, then I feel like we need to move to something else. I thought that we were going to get closer to something today because I kind of felt like, well, they're going to go for a square footage tax, but Bob seems to be interested in this per pound. I don't know. That seems to me a taxation method that nobody else is doing except for Trinity, and they just started it and can't give us a report on it. That sounds a little shaky to me, because my cynicism tells me that whatever method we have, there will be some people who try to sidestep it, and I want to know what we would be getting into. So I'm open to where colleagues want to go. A hybrid is also an option to me, but my one sticking point would be if we are going to a square footage, we can't have a square footage that is a ratio of 8-to-1. That's just not right. That's not fair. That's punishing the people who are actually reporting high numbers and rewarding the people who are reporting low numbers.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes. What I was attracted to on the weight issue is that it was still elastic, right? It still was a percentage. So it would be a correlation between production and tax rate. So that's something that I was really attracted to. I do think the current structure is not working because it definitely does. It rewards those who want to be as creative as possible with our tax code. What do they say is a difference between tax avoidance and tax evasion is one is illegal, and one is an American pastime. And so this is something here where I think even when we end up going through this audit process and we get some of these numbers, I think we're going to have some real challenges enforcing that on an operator. I just think about what the assessment appeals board looks like, and I'm just seeing tax attorneys and a lot of things that we have to do to try to get people to comply. Meanwhile, we do have some really good operators in our county that are doing their best to comply, and frankly, they're looking at the rest of them going, well, what's the point? Why am I being the good one here? Why am I paying true numbers or even cost of goods sold? And I thought Capono's comments there where he was using that definition, it was interesting. I wonder if we had ever gone back to cost of goods sold from the very beginning as our metrics. That would have been a better way of doing it, because that was actually something that you could document. You could look at all the different inputs to determine the value. Maybe we would have had a higher percentage. Who knows? I'm not going to let perfect be the enemy of good, so I am interested in doing something different, whether that's square footage. So I would like to know more about that, and I could potentially support a square footage tax. But it's all about the number at the end of the day, right? So, we can talk about square footage, but, it could be something that puts people out of business, and it could be something that, everybody could love, but maybe other people are unhappy with because it's not enough revenue. That was one of the frustrating things early on in this process when people said, if you go to square footage tax, you're going to put me out of business. Well, that depends on, the number. If you're paying zero, then I guess it would put you out of business. I think that, Brittany, you've done a good job trying to hit it to a number that is average. I still like to see a little bit more information on the rates that we could kind of play with and kind of see that bell curve. I'm sure there's a statistic modeling that could be done as well to really start to dive into that, to try to get rid of the outliers and really try to find what that true top of that bell curve is, that we could kind of maintain the tax revenue. Because I think right now we're actually receiving less taxes than we should, because there are people out there that aren't paying what they should, and I think that's artificially drawing our gross number down. So I'm not necessarily looking to hit exactly where we're at. I'm looking to bring up the bottom. And so if that can be done through a square footage process, I'm interested. And so I don't want to see this thing die. We only get to talk about this every 2 years, essentially, and we're coming up on the end of that window for 2024. So I would like to see this continue to move forward towards square footage today.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. I'm in line with that approach. I do. 2 years ago, you're right. It was a different board, but we had the similar discussion in May of 21. It was a split vote, 3-2, to stay sort of status quo and not try square footage, even though some supervisors here wanted that, and I watched that as a constituent and was interested because the end result was to let's wait for the audits, and that has proven to be really challenging. A lot of this has been proven to be really challenging, as Chair Lavanino has pointed out. The national expert we did speak to, I spoke to him a few times. He's at the Brookings Institute Tax Policy Center. He was just consoling us really of how hard this is. So I understand that, and I think it's okay to acknowledge that this is challenging and that people are changing stream. We can change stream. That's what we're here for. It's to not just sort of accept that it's hard, but I want to keep striving for making it better. I do think that the sticking point is this self-reporting. And if we move to square footage, it's not perfect, absolutely, but at least it would take away the challenges, as Supervisor Williams just talked about, of the sidestepping or even the perception of sidestepping, and you add that to the odor that many people are feeling, it really compounds the negativity towards the industry. And so I think if we move in the direction of, I'm open to wait. I was interested in Supervisor Nelson's push for that today, but ultimately I appreciate the fact that Carp Growers is open to a square footage conversation and would work with us on that. I think that's really important. So that's where I am right now, and hope that we can just keep moving forward as opposed to sort of feeling like it's too hard and we just need to stick with where we are.
Supervisor Hartman.
First of all, I guess I'm disappointed that our tax collector, Harry Hagan, couldn't be here today, because I think he and his staff could give us some insight into whether they feel like we're making strides towards a more responsible system, and kind of where the audits are, and what we're learning from them. I think the square footage as a flat rate is not fair. I mean, it can't easily adjust with the market, so we'd have to design it in a way that we make decisions, I guess, annually based on CPI or something. I still am attracted by the hybrid. I think that it accounts for that. I feel if I knew exactly what we were going to do and why, I'd jump on it. But I still find myself really struggling with what we want to do. So I'm open to it, but I don't see it presented today exactly what we want with enough specificity that we can get it ready for the ballot.
Well, and that's one of the issues, is putting something on the ballot takes 4 votes. And well, I'll just give my perception, and then we can open it up for more discussion. So the more discussion we have on this, the more, I feel okay about what we actually landed on in the beginning, because it has proven out that nobody walked in here with, this is the way that would fix this. It is very difficult, and that's not to say it can't be improved, and I want to help improvement. But I think one of the issues that we continue to bang our heads against is some of the public being misinformed about the revenue that the county is generating. So for me to move forward and talk about what to put on the ballot or how to get something on the ballot, I think we all kind of have to start agreeing on some basic facts. And then, because I know we kind of disagree on this issue, but there are some things that I think we have to get clearer about to find out what our goals are. So for me, when I look at that chart on the wall, and Bob's right, that yes, we do produce more, but HDL came in and told us it was going to be $5 to $25 million a year. Okay, we've been in production for 5 years. We've generated $50 million. It's $10 million a year. That's well within the range of what we talked about. Now, the other argument now has been also, well, we spend some of that money on the program. So when I first started here, we didn't have a cannabis enforcement team, and we had cannabis growing all over the place. So we have to have that cannabis enforcement team, whether we have a program that generates revenue or we don't have a program that generates revenue. So when we talk about, that's not a net number. It's a gross number. But we don't ever talk about any of the other taxes we collect and ask what the net is. What's the net for our property tax? It's zero. We spend property tax down to zero. What do we do with TOT tax? It nets zero because we spend it on county things. So when we say that the county cannabis tax is always going to net zero because that's what we spend it on. So some of it's going to have to go in enforcement. Some of it's going to have to go to spend on employees that are here working inside the county on the program. The other thing I think we're all going to have to agree on is if there's no revenue coming in for those employees, they're not going to go do something else. So those employees that are working on cannabis that are paid for by the cannabis growers, they're not going to go work on housing. They're not going to go work on parks. They're not going to go into public safety. Those positions are funded by cannabis cultivators. If this program doesn't generate revenue, they're not here. So there is a nut inside the county that has to be paid for by the cannabis cultivators. Anything up and above beyond that is gravy, and there have been years where we've had that, and there's years where that hasn't. But no one also ever talks about the hundreds of employees that are in the cannabis industry right now, whose wages are significantly higher than regular agriculture. So we got to figure out a way, and I know this is about taxation, but I feel like when we say that it's not creating any revenue, it's not creating enough revenue, it's barely bringing anything in. I mean, I'm reading these emails that I'm getting that we want to generate, quote, significant more additional revenue for our county. That's what the taxation method is. I'm hoping that's not, I don't think that's what we're going after. And another one says, in part because of this, it seems clear the imagined windfall to the county coffers has not materialized. It has materialized. I'm waiting for someone to walk in the door with the next $50 million project that we have that doesn't exist, that's generating $10 million a year. Unless, of course, you guys want to talk about increasing sales tax, which then everybody pays it instead of the cannabis cultivators. So when we talk about taxation, I'm interested in getting something that is more transparent. That's my number one goal. But I'm not interested in trying to raise the floor or anything. I think when you look at that chart, it shows that Santa Barbara County provided the most sustainable tax structure for the industry. Everybody else, Monterey started out at $15, they're down to $2. Other counties went to tax holidays, gave up completely on the tax. Now they're at 10, 20, and 30 cents a square foot. We chose something that has been sustainable through a great period in the industry and a down period in the industry. So I'd be really hesitant to just throw the baby out with the bathwater because we don't think this system is perfect and we want to change to another one. I'm very concerned that those that are in the square foot model, counties that are in the square foot model, are looking to us and going, hey man, how's the grocery receipts system working? Because We can't seem to get a grip on what we're doing. I wish Harry was here because I agree with Supervisor Capps that 2 years ago we said the audits are coming. And where are they? And yeah, exactly. And that's the missing link to all of this is I think what bothers everybody on this dais and out in the public is we want to make sure people are paying their fair share. And it doesn't matter if you go to a weights, you know, that's going to be, are you weighing the right product? Are you identifying it correctly? No matter how you do this, there's either going to be a segment of self-reporting, or there's going to be a way for people to finagle around it. The one thing I heard today that I could kind of grasp onto that sounded like a move in the right direction is some sort of a hybrid where you said, okay, everybody has to pay a certain amount per square foot, and that's our base. And then I like the restaurant analogy of that when you're doing better, we're doing better. When the market's down, we're down. But we do have something to fall back on that would be a floor. I don't know what that would look like. I think that's probably going to take another, long time to figure out what that looks like. Does that get on this year's ballot? If it doesn't, then we're talking about another 2 years. So I'm not just ready to go to a square foot, because here's the thing. We could all say, yeah, let's do a square foot tax. I promise you that your guys' idea of what to charge per square foot is going to be different than mine and somebody else's. So we could all say that that's the right way to do it, but I think we'd have different views of what that would look like. And taxing somebody by square foot is just so difficult to me with the range of, even if you do indoor, outdoor, and I agree that to me, outdoor should at least be half of what indoor is. But outdoor they could be growing it for 10 different reasons, and to put one tax on it per square foot, I think really limits and is not fair to the cultivator that might just be doing like the guy in Cuyama, where he just wants to mow the whole field, grind it up, and that's going to be the lowest value. So unless there's, a stair step of how everybody gets calculated on the square foot tax, which is going to be super complicated, I think the one that makes the most sense to me is the hybrid. And I'm sorry I rambled, but you got to realize, I've been doing this now for 7 years and have taken a beating every time this comes up, and we're just trying to get to a spot that's fair for everybody. But I think I just give Brittany a whole much more work. CEO Miyasato.
So, board members, 2 years ago, you asked us to look at this, and we came back to the board, and we couldn't come up with, as Supervisor Capps said, a solution that the full board agreed with. And we did look at the hybrid at that point. It was brought up. But at the time, as some of you had noticed, we were trying to get the tax audits done. There wasn't a lot of clarity in how well those were going, and maybe Brittany can talk a little bit, not speaking for the tax collector's office, but she's had most recent discussions with them. So that's one thing. So I think we're in a better situation now than we were 2 years ago, is what I'm trying to say. And she can talk about some of the things they've discussed regarding the issues about what Supervisor Nelson and many of you brought up about people not really selling it to themselves or selling out of the county, not reporting the right amount of value so we could tax it. So there's two things. One is that I think we're doing better in tax audits, and then we'll soon find out, and then that issue. So we are in a better position. And when the idea of hybrid first came up, I was against it because I said you're blending the upside of both, but also the downside of both. We still have the issue about the same issues we have now about trying to figure out, is that the right tax amount on the tax receipts? And, the matter of transparency, all those things will still exist. But I think we're in a better place than we were 2 years ago. So if the board did want us to go back and look at that or come back with other solutions with the tax collector, we could. So I'm saying I think we're in a better position than we were 2 years ago to look at a hybrid option. It would be tricky to figure out, okay, what's your willingness for what that square footage amount would be, and what's the willingness on the gross receipts tax then. So we'd have to do some work on that. think that if you want to change it, I would urge you to think about changing it for this election season, for November, or else you're going to keep asking us to come back every 2 years. And I would like something that all of you can agree to, at least in theory. I actually like Supervisor Nelson's idea the best. If we actually had an amount that we could tag, like a commodity price, that would be the best, but we don't have that yet, and it's too new. So I want to ask Ms. Oderman to talk about, one, your feelings about a hybrid, because that's what I talked to her about at the break or during the public comment, and then what you know of the tax collector's office and what they've said.
Thank you, CEO Miyasato, Chair Lavanino, and members of the board. So just to quickly talk a little bit about the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office and what's going on there. So our current ordinance does have some flaws, right? We don't have specific language in the ordinance about calculating value. And that wasn't apparent until a couple years into the program when we started really looking at what operators were reporting. When the tax collector Hagan hired someone to really deep dive into cannabis compliance. And so given that, when we initially set out to do audits, we hired pretty much the only game in town, which is HDL, and they said, hey, where you are today is it's a little bit all over the place, and so we need to regroup, and you need to sit down with your operators and educate them about what your expectation is for how you're reporting and what a transfer is and what a sale looks like. So that took some time, and that's where the delay on the front end was. And so as we worked through that, and I think the operators, you could talk to the operators, they would tell you, there was a different sort of culture before. So here we are today, we're working with the operators. We've now gotten to a place where we are performing in-depth audits with several operators. We are able to, through our membership with the California Cannabis Authority and the platform, we've gotten access to data direct out of Metric that's analyzed. And then we also now have Metric Viewer through the state. So we're downloading that data, and the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office has actually built databases to take that raw data and input into their system and try and really work out the area versus what people are reporting, and really dialing it in. But it's 1.5 or it's 2 people in the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. It's their full-time job that are looking at this. They have, quarterly reporting that's happening. So they're doing the standard work of trying to collect and report, and then they're trying to analyze and work on additional information. And so over time, that's what's, I think, taking time. I don't want to speak for them, but every time we interact and we talk, it's like we're getting closer. I do think you heard from some of the operators, like getting to the perfect pricing data is probably impossible, but we know that we can come up with something reasonable for our county, right? Because we've got different things going on than maybe some other areas. So that's the work that's going on there. I will say too that the ordinance that as it exists allows for administrative adjustments, and they have been talking about and working on what would be within Mr. Hagan's authority to adjust within that ordinance, given the information that they're learning, and with some pricing data, could they define how to calculate value? Could they add that without going on the ballot? And that would be that's the work that they're going to continue to do as long as we are continuing with the existing process. There has been a little bit of a hold given where we are with this conversation, because staff resources are tight. So if we're going to change to a square footage, moving completely forward with all that seems, it's maybe a little premature. So with the hybrid model, it will be some work. We do have to look at what those minimum rates would be that would be fair or some kind of just a floor to say, hey, this is what you need to pay to just even be here in our county in the industry, they're going to be, I think, pretty low, right? And then we could build on the work that we're doing and the data that we're collecting for the gross receipts to verify, who needs to pay above and beyond that floor. Is it going to be less work? I don't think it's less work. It's certainly going to be more work up front, and between now and May, coming back with something to look at, there will be a lot of work that we need to do. But I do think it's possible. I think that there's something that we could do. Do I, and we're willing to do it. I don't know if it's the right answer, but I do think, it comes up with this compromise that maybe the board can coalesce around, because again, you do need those 4 votes to get it on the ballot, and so we want to make sure that what we're doing is worthwhile and that it's something that we think that will have your support. And so with some specificity today and some direction, I think we could do that. We are also happy leaving things the way they are, continuing to do our work, and coming back to you in May with an update. I apologize. The board schedule, it was tricky going into budget workshops, and the coordination on the schedule was really on my end. The Treasurer Tax Collector's Office not here because they didn't want to be. It did not work in their schedule, but I've given them the future dates, and they are planning to be here, and so we could do that as well. We could come back and say, hey, here's what we're thinking as far as the current structure.
Okay. Why don't go to Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, I have a question with the audits. Thank you, Chair Lavanino. So once we do these audits, we'll come up with another number that we think that operators should have paid in taxes, and we'll send them a bill. I mean, how do you guys see this working out? Because it seems very vague.
Yeah. Thank you.
And we're going to do this hypothetical, answer at the end of it of what we thought that it should be worth. But do we have any actually enforcement to tell them that our audited value is greater than their stated value?
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. You're right. That is the process. However, I think what we would say is, hey, here's our process. Here's what we did. Here's this robust audit that occurred. Here's the value we think you should pay. Certainly, there's going to have to be some kind of appeals process. But if they don't agree, the burden is on them to show why it's not that number, and that's where we would land.
Okay.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, maybe we could ask staff in May for a menu of three options, 3 scenarios, and see if we could get to 4 votes on one of the 2 of them, or at least 3 votes on the last one. One scenario of a hybrid option, and one of a square footage that has a ratio that's more in step with what you see around the state, and then the third being this sort of reformed gross receipts option, meaning the Treasurer Tax Collector recommendations on how to make the if we did have to stick with the gross receipts, how to do that with more accountability. I feel like going up to more than 3 might be too complicated, so that's what was, my suggestion for a direction.
Supervisor Hartman.
Could you explain the second one again?
So right now, in most of the state, it's a 2-to-1 ratio between green, mixed light and open field, and you could rerun the numbers at that ratio and figure out what's closest to what is current levels of taxation and what was closest to peak levels of taxation. You could probably put it somewhere between there, or maybe on the low end, and then allow it to float on years where price has recovery. So you could have it kind of move with maybe some guardrails to prevent abuse.
But it is part of the square foot.
Yeah, it would be. So
Yeah.
the second,
So
I'm just saying that we could do a square foot option with just a ratio that's more consistent with what other.
Yeah, so I think that's, you have two options rather than three is my sense.
Great.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I'm concerned about tying it to a 2-to-1. We're the only county that has such a robust outdoor number, and I think that's why you see a 2-to-1 in other places where we're doing scale that nobody else is doing. I think 2-to-1, it'll actually make things a lot simpler because we won't have an outdoor market anymore, and which might be the goal of some people.
I'm not sure we have one now that pays taxes.
You might be right there too. So I guess that's where I don't want to get too, if we go down some route there, too enslaved to just that type of ratio. I think we should even look at value. And when we, in more than if it's a 2-to-1 value, okay, I get it. But I don't think it's a 2-to-1 value. I think it's 10-to-1 value, and I think that should factor into the tax rate. So,
I'm not wedded to 2-to-1, but I mean, but 7-to-1 or 6-to-1 is ridiculous, right? So it's just I think it's because it essentially punishes those that have been reporting high numbers, right?
Can I respectfully argue, what if the product is 6 times more valuable? I don't know what indoor flower is versus outdoor oil. I mean, it might be on a weight or a square footage basis, might be a 6-to-1. So I don't know that. I'm hoping that Brittany can help us with that, because that would help inform me. Because what that would do is the value should be looked at, because if you don't look at the value, then one of those two is getting a disproportionate share of their revenue impacted by the taxation. And so I think that's where we need to kind of dial in on to figure out that right ratio, is based on that ultimate value. I don't know the number. I don't know if it's 2,
Right.
3,
and
or 20.
That's why I didn't put a number in what I suggested as direction. I just said more consistent with what we see around the rest of the state, because I do think ultimately Brittany has to have a judgment call to what to bring us as a scenario based on her analysis of tax fairness.
And another piece, if I could just add, just to make sure it's part of the conversation, we do bring back a square footage option. We definitely want to have it tied to CPI in some way, because that number will go up, I would imagine, over time, and that's going to also be difficult. Maybe that's a CPI until there's an industry CPI out there, because that could be something to look at in the future. So I just want to make sure that that's at least part of the discussion.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I had a clarifying question first on what the deadline is in terms of language. I mean, when it was put before the voters for the current system, were the actual values in there? So that's what we actually have to do that?
That's correct, Supervisor Capps. We would have to have the values in the ordinance, or a range of values. You'd have to state something. So we had the percentages. We had the 4%.
And that was June, I think, when you had the slide that showed in order to get on
for the first reading, correct.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the offer on the table. I think it's really important to just, again, state that those who are paying their taxes and paying most of the taxes are in favor of change. And with due respect to the chair, changing isn't an indictment on the entire history. So let's be open and flexible. And I appreciate the compromise on the table to make some choices and see where we can get to 4.
So the reason why I have a kind of a hesitancy to change, not because I'm married to the one that we created, is because when I look at what other counties have done that initiated a square foot, they either dramatically reduced it, or they gave tax holidays, or they're looking to change to ours. So I don't want to change just to change. I want to see something that is an improvement. And I think the area where we can improve the most is on transparency. now what I'm worried about a little bit, the more I think about the hybrid, when Brittany was talking about it, was at the end of the day, you're still, regardless if you have the square foot base, you still have the gross receipts portion of that. So there's still a component of self-reporting. And unless we have somebody out in each of these fields for life, this might be the nature of the beast that we're dealing with. I don't know any other way to go about it. So I'm willing to compromise. I'm looking for something that is doable and it's improvement. And I will say, sat for hours inside of a conference room about a year ago with the smartest people I know in the county. And I thought for sure, oh, well, we have all the smartest people. We'll figure this out. And every time you come up with one, there's another reason why that one has its downside that can always be highlighted. So I don't see any other lights on. Come on, ideas. This is open season here. Go ahead.
I thought I heard Doss's, proposal of having some options of hybrid and a square footage tax coming back to us.
Okay.
So, in time for us to take action this year. So I think that's the motion, is to direct staff to come back with some options on either a hybrid or a square footage that we could debate again in May.
So what's different about what would they come back with square footage wise this time that we don't have this time?
We're going to further refine the numbers.
Okay.
Right?
Well, we are, or staff is?
Chair Lavanino and Supervisor Nelson, yeah, I wanted to just clarify that if we come back with these options in May, you would want further evaluation and actual values for the hybrid option. So you'd need a minimum, a floor for a square footage, and then a straight square footage. I hear you with the ratio and step with the rest of the state, but also looking at value. Is that correct?
If I may.
Don't know. What do you guys want? Go ahead.
I think so, and then there was a lot of discussion using the state versus our county way of defining the acreage, and I think maybe the state makes more sense and can be, and I think it was you, Brittany, we don't want that to be an administrative burden. We want a number that we're using that we just crank into a formula. We don't want to go out and be looking at acreage. This should be simple as we can make it.
I'm supportive of use the state number personally.
Yeah,
I'm supportive of the state
I want the state number just to keep numbers consistent.
And it's also, at some point, you might have an entitlement, but to only exercise these state licenses. And if they don't have the state licenses, then they're not producing, right? So that's going to be something that's going to be fairly consistent. You may have an entitlement for 100 acres, but you may not actually request those licenses from the state. So it seems like that would make the most sense.
Whoever wants to talk, go ahead.
I will.
Okay,
Chair
Mona.
Lavanino. So a couple of things. I think we heard your direction, but there are certain things I just want to clarify because I don't. We can come back as many times as you would like. It's just all our time together. So it would be just so that we don't go, as some of you tell us, coming back with the rock and having the wrong rock. So we can bring back more options or more refinement on the square footage. And what I heard was you wanted a fair ratio than what we currently have just put together as a model, and looking at others. Well, when you look at what Brittany has provided in attachment B, it looks like the ratio is about 1-3 right now in some of the other places. So can you tell us what you believe is a fair range? Because she's already done some
and
work.
It's not 1-3. The 3 is indoor, as I understand.
Correct.
So it's really a 2-1 in other jurisdictions. And I'm not saying that I'm wedded 100% to 2-1, but I don't think again, I can't vote for something that would be 5 or 6-1 because I think that punishes the ones who have been paying the tax fairly this whole time. But I do think that some judgment needs to be given to Brittany of what's fair, and if we don't like it at the end of the day, then we don't vote for it. I think that's, kind of, I have trust in my staff to be able to roll the dice with them. And I would only say that maybe questions to ask right now is, do we want it to be floating? And I think we do to some extent. How much it floats is a question. So does it go up or down by only 10 cents a year or 20 cents a year? Does it float or fall by only a little to be more realistic and predictable for the industry and for us? And is there a min and a max? And I would advocate for a min and a max. Probably the min is what our nadir of tax revenue is, and our max is what our max historically of tax revenue has been.
Supervisor Hartman?
Oh, I had a question about the square footage because in outdoor, some people have permits for 2 harvests or 3 harvests a year. How do we accommodate that? Is something okay.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. That's another one of those, when I was talking about variable landscapes, you just have to, in some cases, people are just gonna have to kind of suck it up, right? It's like, this is the rate. It will be impossible, I think, for us to accommodate or to consider a number of harvests, the product, where they're processing. I mean, there's so many variables. So we're going to have to come up with, I think what Supervisor Nelson talked about, look at the value and more of a bell curve and where that lies, and see what we can do with that.
Right, and if we do go with the hybrid, we're trying to catch value more in the gross receipts piece of it, and we're learning more. We've invested a lot in that, so we're just trying to get a base I think that's the point of the acreage.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, I'll need more information on the values to be able to give you more information on where I would think that they should land. It is 2-to-1 on mixed versus outdoor in Lake and Monterey, and it's 4-to-1 in Sonoma, is according to Brittany's sheet. And I think there might be just some consideration that we should be thinking about is in a lot of other things we do comparison counties, right? So we think about we do that for wages, we do that for other things. I think Monterey is a really comparison county for us. It's also one that has been consistently towards the top. Very similar climates, very similar ag-urban interfaces. So this might be something we head in their direction.
Supervisor Hartman?
Oh, well, I would just say, but they grow so much less than we do.
Agree.
Brittany?
Thank you. Supervisor Chair Lavanino. I think I do want to reiterate something that Supervisor Nelson said about the outdoor industry. We do have a way greater market in the outdoor space, and Monterey, when you look at that chart, they don't have a rate for outdoor in the beginning because they didn't have any outdoor. So they're just now starting to see some of that. And so that's where, with the comparison counties, is more difficult. So looking at value, I think, will be helpful, although even in the outdoor grows, there's different values associated with different processes that they're doing, but we can kind of maybe look at taking an average of those that are on the, what you would consider like the unprocessed or raw side versus the fresh flower. I mean, there's, that's pretty clear. That's all I wanted to say about that.
All right, so is there any consensus about a motion that you guys think, okay, will somebody make it, or did you already make it?
He did make it.
Can I ask just one question first, which is the hybrid, as you envision it, is more still emphasizing the gross receipts, but using the square footage more as a secondary level of taxation to ensure that everybody's paying something?
Yeah.
Okay.
A floor.
So as you articulate that option, just maybe can we keep that in mind that we're not looking in the hybrid for the square footage to be the primary and the gross receipts to be secondary, but the gross receipts to be primary?
No, hold on. That's not what you're talking about, right? You're saying everybody pays this, so that would be the primary.
Oh.
And if you pass that level, that's what I was thinking, you're saying, and you enjoy a great year, we're going to enjoy in those profits at a 4% or whatever percentage it turns out to be.
I meant as in primary of the larger amount of revenue, because she's running scenarios
You're going to say it's going to be real low.
spreadsheets.
Yeah.
And so she's got to go, well, I got to figure out a scenario where 2/3 of this is coming from gross receipts and 1/3 is coming from square footage. So that's why I wanted to ask what Joan's vision on that was, because, but I think that's.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yes. So, I'm sorry. I asked Brittany, what you just said is accurate. It would help us in determining that hybrid option for the floor or some amount based on square footage. Does the board have an idea what amount of revenue would be from there versus the gross receipts? Is it as a third?
Is it 2/3, 1/3, or
what's the
3/4?
I mean, the way it's designed, some years, if the gross receipts are really low, that would be 100%, and if they go up, then you do whichever is greater. So I don't know how to answer that question.
Can we just give direction that it would be to study different variations of a hybrid model and then maybe give us some options? Because us trying to do it here on the fly, I don't think is good policy either, but.
We can certainly do that, Chair Lavanino. And I just want to make sure then, before someone makes a formal motion, there are at least 4 of you who would like us to look at just the square footage option as well.
I'm a no on just square footage flat out.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes as long as the ratio is closer.
I'm a yes as long as it's fair.
Well, then I'm a yes, too. I just don't think it's going to be fair.
I mean, I think there's a chance we'll get there and a chance that we won't.
Devil's in the details.
Right? But that's why I think the hybrid is a good possibility as a fallback, too.
So don't give up on the square foot. We just got to argue what the, what the ratios are and what the values are going to be.
Thank you, Chair Lavanino. So we're down to really 2 options, as Supervisor Hartman stated, right? Because the hybrid option incorporates the gross receipts, which we'd also be looking at our reformed gross receipts. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Bob.
Chair Lavanino, thank you. And I think at that point, we do want to hear how the audits are going, because I think that's helping to inform this conversation. So I think that was Doss's third option, is he wanted to hear what that was, because that was really inform our final decision.
Yep.
And it may be that the treasurer tax collector has recommendations that they can administratively do within the confines of our current ordinance out of those audit findings.
Yep. All right. So is there a motion? I think you tried it.
Sure. I would say we will receive and file this report, that we give direction, as has been discussed, to come to bring us back one hybrid option and one square footage option with a min, max, and a method of flotation.
Thank you. And on the state licensed area, correct?
Yes, on the state licensed area.
Thank you.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay, let's do a roll call.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, was that a second by Hartman? Okay, great. Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Chair Lavanino?
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay. Oh, we got to do our voting.
I got you.
I think it's the first time I voted no.
And
Okay.
and it'll be really important for the treasurer to come next time.
And I know it was said during the meeting, but somebody outside told me that it still didn't get across, but I just want to make sure that it was in the treasurer tax collector's plan. He would love to be here. It wasn't that.
No, I take
He's
full
trying to avoid the meeting,
responsibility when
so-
I was scheduling this.
Okay.
I apologize.
Excellent. This is something he really wants to talk about. So,
Yes, thank you.
and we really want to hear from him. All right. With that, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back for our last item. All right, since when I always talk about when we're on time, we are now an hour and 20 minutes behind. So that takes us to departmental item number 7. Madam Clerk, please read that into the record.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 7 is from the Social Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a Farmworker Resource Center project update.
Good afternoon, Chair Lavanino and Supervisors. We are here today for our second update to your board on the Farmworker Resource Center program. Today we're going to be focusing primarily on the impacts we believe we've been having with the farm workers, as well as looking at the financial situation as we look to go into the next fiscal year. With me today to do the bulk of the presentation is our Workforce Development Director, Luis Servin.
Hi, good afternoon. Oh, there you go. Hello, good afternoon, Chair Lavanino, Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this second update on our project. So today's presentation, there you go. Today's presentation will cover the following. So first, we'll provide some background information on the project, an overview of the impact of the project thus far. Lastly, we'll also share some of the lessons learned and a summary of our funding and sustainability efforts. As a reminder, the Farmworker Resource Center is funded primarily by a state grant of $833,000 and a general fund contribution of $208,000. The grant began in July of 2023 and is due to end May 15 of 2024. However, as a result of our fiscal planning, the project will actually be operational through June 30th of 2024. These and subsequent slides provide some additional information in response to questions that came up during our first presentation in December. This particular slide provides an update on the impact of the project and the progress of our project since we launched in July during the first 7 months. The figures at the bottom of the slide show the 3 levels of engagement we are currently tracking. On the bottom left-hand corner is the number of farm workers engaged. The second level of engagement is the number of farm workers registered on our system. The current number is actually 5,240, as we received over 600 new registrations in the last few weeks. The third figure is the number of services requested by farm workers. As of February, the team has provided over 3,400 services. These numbers doubled since our first presentation 3 months ago. This slide reflects the 6 domains and activities required by the grant, in addition to the top most frequently accessed services associated with each. Under emergency supported services, requests for food, clothing, household goods, and hygiene products were the most requested. At the suggestion of employers, we have been distributing containers for waters, beanies and bandanas for protection against the cold and windy conditions, gift cards for immediate food needs, and lunch bags to maintain food temperature. The second most popular request under this domain is assistance with scheduling services provided by the Mexican consulate. This work is important because bad actors are charging farm workers to schedule appointments. Education access and support includes requests for school supplies, English language education, and computer and internet access, emphasizing our efforts on providing services that enhance educational support for farm workers and their families. The domain of health and human services includes requests for assistance navigating various applications processes for services such as CalFresh, Medi-Cal, and Cash Aid, and assistance with other government and non-government programs. The domain of financial assistance involves requests for storm flood cash assistance and tax preparation assistance and referrals. Overall, our team delivered 3,437 services. Each service we offered takes place after a lengthy interview with each farm worker in order to guarantee a successful referral. Having staff on our team that have over 35 plus years of combined experience in public assistance programs, in addition to having someone that is trilingual, has positioned us in a very unique situation to be able to help our farm workers. At our December presentation, additional information was requested on the demographics of the farm workers registered. This slide provides details on preferred language, family size, age, and gender of farm workers served by our project. For preferred language, Spanish is a language mostly spoken by our farm workers, followed by Mixteco. Most workers responded having a family size of 4 to 6 members, Ages 29 to 39 was the most frequent age group, followed by 18 to 28. Lastly, female clients represented over 60% of the farm workers registered. An important thing to note is that the vast majority of males registered were interested in gaining new skills in order to be able to promote within their companies. Our engagement with community partners has been instrumental in the success of the program. This slide provides an update on community outreach events. During the first 7 months of the project, we have participated in over 80 community outreach events, including events in partnership with the Mexican Consulate and several community-based organizations. The team has several events planned for the next few months. During these events, we are connecting with our community and building those bridges that have allowed us to get our project up to a good start. One of the things we are most proud of are the partnership our team has been able to establish with our employers. This slide contains the names and logos of various employers who are supporting our project. As of February, we have coordinated 16 special events with employers. These events take place at the employers' work sites and are customized to the needs of each employer and their workers. By partnering with employers, we have been able to enhance our ability to reach more farm workers. We are able to bring services to the employer work sites, reducing the need for workers to leave work early or miss work altogether. Additionally, by partnering with us, employers are able to show their workers their level of dedication to meeting the employees' basic needs. As an example of our strong partnership, on February 28th, we coordinated a series of workshops with Bay Farms, a local employer, where the Mexican Consulate provided financial workshops to over 190 of their workers. Additionally, on February 29th, we hosted our first Ag Employer brainstorming session, where employers were able to share with our team recommendations for additional services, such as better access to transportation for their farm workers, child care, and more and better coordinated resources for employers, amongst other things. Lastly, in the next few months, we have several events planned, including financial workshops, food drives, pesticide trainings. They're all taking place at various work sites throughout the county. Some of the lessons learned. So we have learned that our clients need a great deal of assistance to successfully navigate the services available to them in the community. This is primarily due to language and cultural differences. Even though all of our clients are farm workers, they have a diverse set of needs and diverse challenges in accessing the services. Therefore, individualized assessments and plans of actions are needed. We have learned that in order to help our clients not just obtain the assistance they need, but to empower them with the skills necessary to do that on their own future, we need to take the time to teach them how to seek and help and advocate for themselves. Lastly, we have been pleased to develop meaningful relationships with a large number of employers, and their insights have improved the effectiveness of our program.
This slide shows some of the efforts we are currently making in order to fund the program at a sustainable level. We are pursuing competitive grants through the State of California Employment Development Department and the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. Staff are also exploring local community-based funding opportunities, such as SenCal's community benefit funding, and through partnerships with community partners. Our community advisory work group is also supporting our efforts by sharing funding opportunities as they become available. So if you look at this chart, the number one item was a grant we pursued that we were not awarded. Everything else is still in play. The largest amount being number two, which is a $2.5 million grant opportunity through EDD, and we'll be knowing about that at the end of this month. In addition to these items listed on this chart, we have two additional funding sources that we're currently exploring. One of them is a Department of Labor grant entitled the National Farmworker Jobs Programs Career Services and Training Grant, and then also a state funding to provide assistance to the farm workers in applying for and dealing with their covered California benefits. We anticipate that we will have a clearer picture of fiscal year 24-25 funding between mid-April and early May. Our existing yearly operational budget is approximately $760,000 with service delivery that includes intensive case management, walk-in services, outreach events, employer events, workshops, remote office locations, and a strong social media and online presence. Our goal would be to find sufficient funding that would allow us to continue the project maintaining the same level of services. In the alternative, we believe that we could operate a smaller program and still have the capacity to apply for grants for $442,000 per year. This would require a reduction of staff assigned to the program and a significant reduction of services, but that would hopefully be temporary. As stated earlier in the presentation, we expect to know more by early May if we've been able to secure enough funding to keep the program operational at our current level of services for the coming fiscal year. Additionally, something to consider is that if grants are awarded, the focus of the program could shift over time dependent upon the requirements of those funding sources. That concludes our presentation, and we're happy to take questions.
Is there any public comment on this item?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Lavanino. If we can go back to the slide of where we were looking right there, funding and sustainability, that one right there. So it's a $320,000 reduction. Kind of looks like we reduced services by over half for that number. I mean, it seems like it's a big drop off. Can you walk me through? Is that one position? Is that two positions?
So,
what is the difference between these two scenarios?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I'll start, and then Luis can add on. So staff and I have determined that in order to keep the program operational at a minimal level and still have the capacity to apply for new funding sources, that we need to maintain 2 staff. So this would be a reduction of 1 staff. And then the reduction related to the different activities. Luis, do you want to address a little bit more of the specifics of capacity moving forward if we're at that lower level?
Right. Our main component that we want to be able to keep on applying for grants. We're cautiously optimistic that with the 9 different options that we showed, that by the end of May, we're going to have enough to be able to continue the service at the same level. Obviously, in our community, we've created a good expectation with our farm workers and employers to be able to continue the services. So that's our main goal. If that doesn't happen and we go with this contingency amount of 441, then we still want to be able to maintain some services. These are just examples of what we thought the services might look like. But our main thing is we want to be able to continue to go after additional funding opportunities.
I'm going to continue to kind of push back a little bit here. I mean, 1 staff member goes from 90 community events down to 20. Lost 1 staff member means we reduced all the financial and affordable connectivity programs. I mean, that's pretty stark. I mean, these are some of the really excellent things that were in there. And I know all 3 of the members that are part of that team are really crucial. I'm just concerned that that's a significant drop off for just a loss of 1 staff member. And I just want to understand that better. It's not a criticism. I'm just concerned with that. And my perception is that, you know, all that you see there in fiscal year 23 and 24 was at the same time that we were building the program, right? So there was a lot of upfront costs and surveys and things like that we may not need to do. You know, we've done a lot of the upfront work. I was hoping to see something like fiscal 23-24 at the price tag of 24-25 continuing on. So I'm really concerned about that drop off. Can you, again, to dive into that a little bit more for me?
Supervisor Nelson, I will again lead off. These estimations of what would be sustainable in the coming year at that lower level with 2 staff were the estimations that the staff currently working in the project and Luis came up with. So that was their perspective based upon their experience of what they're doing now compared to what they'd be able to do with 2 people. So Luis, can you add anything to that?
Yeah, so that's correct. And,
Luis, your mic's off. There you go.
Okay, thank you. The 760, it does include some of those one-time costs, including the mobile van, so that is included. looking at the actual amount that we will look if we deduct that one-time cost is really looking at about $600,000. That's really the amount that we will need to be able to maintain the same level of services with 3 staff.
Okay, good. I'm trying to get you to sharpen your pencil here a little bit, because I really do believe in what the work you guys are doing. Caesar and his team are all-stars. This program, I took a lot of heat early on because I supported it moving forward. And a lot of people were suspect within the agricultural industry about what this would look like, but it's been a smash. It's been a huge success. I get quite a few compliments on it. I got a chance to go out to Baby Farm and get to meet with the consul that was there speaking to the ag workers, and it was great to have Caesar sit there, translate for me the message that he was sending back to the farm workers about the importance of integrating, of getting bank accounts, of getting their paperwork done so that they can be working legally. It's a different message than the narrative that's out there, and I thought it was a huge success, and it's something that that was just one day, and that employer brought buses of people to a location to hear from the Mexican ambassador, and they were taking out time of their workday, out of production to bring it there. So it's a value added for their employees as well for their lives, not only just for their business. So I'm a big fan of it. I want us to try to find what other funds we can to keep it at the same level or better, because actually I think the program probably could grow, to be honest. I think we just have dipped our toe in there. I imagine meetings like that could happen every single day throughout the Santa Maria Valley. I mean, we're barely touching the amount of farm workers that are in our community, and they're a huge population countywide. I mean, we're talking about probably over 10-15% of our actual population in this county are farm workers, and if you include their children, you're probably looking at 20 to 25%. So they're members of our community. They aren't often being served in this way from our county. It's usually in the shadows. They usually have to rely on other people to tell them, to navigate this system. And the Farmworker resource program here has really become a trusted partner, not just for the workers, but also for the employers and the advocate groups. So kudos and good luck.
Supervisor Hartman.
This weekend, I attended an Empty Bowls in the Santa Ynez Valley, and one of the things I heard from the nonprofit service organizations is just how many people who are farm workers who are out of work because of how much rain we've had and how desperate they are to pay their rent and pay their food. And when you think about vulnerable populations, this is it. And when you think about what the mission of our county is to help the most vulnerable, this is it. So I'm eager as Supervisor Nelson to sharpen our pencils, but I think this is a program that we have to figure out a way to keep it going. I think you've shown huge potential, and like Supervisor Nelson, I'm really excited about the employers getting involved. Do you go on site to the agricultural lands during breaks and lunches, or is it primarily a bigger event that the employers are working together? Could you describe a little bit more how that what that program looks like with the Mobile Resource Center?
Yes, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. So we a lot of the work that we do is we try to engage the employer and really customize whatever service, program, resource fairs they want to have. So our team has become very proficient at being able to engage and really figure out what kind of resources they're looking to bring for their employees. Based on that, then we either come by ourselves to the event or we bring some additional partners. It really depends on the employer and the kind of service that they're looking for. For example, this past event that we had with Bay Farms, in partnership with the Mexican consulate, they were seeking for those financial workshops. So we were able to coordinate that with them, and we were able to, again, serve about 200 other workers. It does not, for example, that event did not take place during the lunch hour, because I actually asked, are we using their lunchtime? The answer was no. And that really shows the level of commitment that a lot of our employers do have toward their employees, because the fact that they're pulling their employees for 30, 45 minutes to attend a workshop where they could very easily have them working, it's to really commend. So that it's really good. But yeah, we customize it. Thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the support for this program on this board for all the right reasons of helping people and the most vulnerable and the people that provide the economic backbone to our whole country, to our whole county and to our country for that matter. But I also just want to acknowledge, I know you're scrambling to get the money and thanks for keeping us informed and being creative, but just the dollars that get brought in by the program and how we're connecting people to state dollars and federal dollars. And so I hope that I just, as we all are, just hoping that we can sort, things will work in the right direction, because I think we all see the value. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
And I just want to thank you both for trying to figure out a way to continue the program in a bad fiscal year, and hopefully, to Supervisor Nelson's point, hopefully the green is the very minimum that can be accomplished, and not and hopefully not completely reflective of what a drop off in services will take place. But I know that a lot of that depends on what of these grants that you're able to secure. So just want to tell you that we're invested and want to obviously also connect you with some carpentry employers, because it seems to me that what you've come to is that the employer events are some of your most effective in terms of reaching the more people, and so that seems to be makes sense. We go to a lot of community events and we see the same 50 people like 3 times a week. So maybe it is good to do those. Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah,
people.
they're awesome. Can't wait to see them again.
But obviously, when we're trying to connect people with services, we want to reach some new people. So I appreciate that you're emphasizing that.
Yeah, and I just want to say there's probably 1,000 different ways you guys could have screwed this program up, and honestly, that's what everybody got mad at Bob about, was they did not trust that the county would come in and actually try to improve the life of the farm worker. They thought it was going to be more of a political move, and just the way that you focused on coming to the employer and finding out what they want and what they need, because without them, this thing's just not going to work. So I think this also really highlighted, and I don't think this was the plan of it, but it did highlight the willingness of the employers to improve the lives of the farm workers. So I think the whole thing's been great. Looking back on it, the reason why I didn't support it the first time was because I was like, I don't think we're going to be able to fund it in the second year. But you know what? Regardless if we could fund it in the second year or not, the decision to move forward with it was the right one, because even if we get whatever was accomplished was amazing. And it does make all of us very concerned about looking forward to what the next year is going to bring. So kudos to Supervisor Nelson on the leadership on this, and hopefully we get to where we need to go. So CEO Miyasato, sorry for the demotion.
Chair Lavanino, thank you. I just want to congratulate our staff. They're doing a great job. Supervisor Nelson and Director Nelson also for taking this on, as you recall. We appreciate that. I also want to highlight for your board that, there was special funding for this, as we know, and they worked quickly to maximize the funding. I don't think of any other state program that goes for a particular industry. So on the flip side of this, I just want to let you all know this, I don't know if we send out vans and have employer events for other industries that help immigrant dishwashers, hotel workers, into the county. And so it's good that we're doing this. We have a huge ag community, but it does benefit the employers as well. And I'm glad that they're seeing the value of it. And I'm hoping maybe, I don't know, Mr. Nielsen, I think we talked about this last time, whether if the employer is now seeing the value of it, would they contribute to the program? And have you had those conversations?
CEO Miyasato, through the chair, yes, Luis has had those conversations and continues to have those conversations with the growers as well as all of our partners in terms of painting our picture for our future. They're obviously aware of the value of the services we're providing, which is great. And so we're going to be keeping them informed along the way over the coming months about what success we have of getting other funding and what gaps still look like as we go into the next year.
Can I?
Excellent. Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I just want to speak to that just real quick, because I do think that that's an option that we should look to in if we're going to lose the program. But I think one of the reasons why it's been able to really kind of thread the needle here is because it hasn't been seen as on one side or the other. It hasn't been seen as like a completely an employer program. It's not seen as an advocates program either. It's been seen as kind of the neutral arbitrator, and I'm a little concerned about it becoming branded as okay, now it's sponsored by this industry. But if that's the only route we have to do to make it sustainable, then I'm absolutely supportive of that. I'm just wanting to highlight that.
Good point.
We should be very careful moving forward. Thank you.
All right. So we have no requests to speak from the public. Okay. Can I get a motion for items A and B?
I'll make a motion to staff recommendations A and B.
Okay.
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Excellent job.
Thanks,
We
guys.
are adjourned to Tuesday, March 19th, 2024, back in the great city of Santa Barbara.
No.